A very beautiful good morning to everyone that is joining us on Escape to Nature. And of course, welcome to our Nyala here in Juma as well. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And hopefully, we'll see a lot of beautiful things today. I am very, very excited to see what today will bring and have in store for us. But we will have a look see. And you can see, as Tess and Tristan has mentioned numerous times today, it's a rather hot day here in Juma. You can see already that it's heating up. Hopefully that will encourage some animals to come to the waterhole, including the elephants. I have not seen elephants in quite some time here at Gowrie Dam on the dam cam. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. But even if we don't, of course, we'll be enjoying everything we see. And as always, we are live, we are interactive. This is your safari, so please do send us any questions, any comments, any suggestions you might have throughout the day. Anything you would like to know about the animals, the locations, about the naturalists, about Wild Earth, you're more than welcome to ask us. We are here to answer all of those for you, and we would love to just immerse ourselves in nature with all of you. So thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for joining us. While we wait for our very shy Nyala now, we are going to have a look at today's weather and see what it has in store for us. Woohoo! It seems like it's going to be sunny everywhere, which makes Lisa very happy. I love the sun. But that being said, one of two things might happen today. The animals might be a bit shy and just hide away in the shade, or they might become very thirsty and want to cool off. So, how exciting that we don't know what's going to happen in any of our locations today. But we shall see. Alright, yeah, I just want to have a look-see and see what else is happening here at Gowrie Dam. Earlier on we did have an impala with her baby, but she seems to have made her way into the shade already. I just want to have a quick glance around, and then we shall see what is happening in one of our other locations. Alrighty, well, we're going to go over to Ukukwiyo and see what the animals are up to over there. And as always, we've got our oryx, our springbok, we've had some wildebeest already this morning, as well as some zebras. And earlier on I did see a jackal as well. I will take a look-see now and see if it's still around. We will just have a look and see. Sorry, I thought I saw a baby impala, but nonetheless, I'm still anxiously awaiting my baby impalas. For those of you that don't know, the baby animal updates so far in Ukukwiyo that we have and know of are zebras. We've seen 2 zebra foals and 1 oryx baby. But of course there might be other things as well. Sandra, good morning. You are saying you are very, very excited to be here for another Escape to Nature. And thank you so much for that. I'm excited with you. Very, very exciting not to know what's going to happen today. I mean, of course, we're only at the start of our journey and anything could happen today. Here in Okokweyo, at Gowrie Dam in Juma, Mashatu, and of course our other locations as well. So I too am on the edge of my seat. And how thrilling and what a massive privilege, to be watching these animals, not to know what we're going to see today, what they'll be doing today. And of course, they have no idea we're here. So they are just doing what they would normally do in nature. Oh, and these truly have become one of my favorite antelope. Even though I haven't even seen one for myself in real life, in the wild, I have seen them in rehabilitation centers and stuff like that, but actually never in the wild. And I truly do love them. And as I say, we've got one baby for them so far, that we know of course. We cannot see beyond the tree line and everything else that is going out here in the wild. But from what we can observe at our water holes, so far, one baby oryx. So very, very exciting. And of course, with it being so hot, generally Okokweyo this time of the year is very hot and humid, but from what we saw at all of our locations, and hopefully it stays that way today, it is going to be fairly nice and warm. So hopefully, as I say, the animals will come to the water. Animals specifically like oryx, elephants, springboks, they love to actually get into the water when they drink. And of course that will help them cool off as well. But elephants, if they come, they'll start to splish and splash and wash themselves with mud. And you never know, hopefully maybe this heat even pushes some rhinos towards us today. That will be absolutely wonderful. But from what we generally see, the rhinos only join us late in the afternoon. But again, we never know what's going to happen. Betty, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. It's wonderful always to hear from all of you. You're asking, do antelopes prefer going into the water instead of mud wallowing? So yes, specifically antelopes. You won't find antelopes as such mud wallowing. Your mud wallowers are predominantly rhinos, warthogs, elephants of course will mud bathe. Sometimes you can actually see them rolling around in the mud. But of course they've got their very dexterous trunks that can just slurp up the mud and throw it over their bodies. But antelopes, no, they prefer actually going into the water or drinking enough water, staying in the shade. And of course antelopes are ruminants as opposed to your rhinos, elephants. Those animals cannot really digest very well, so when they do in fact just chill in the shade, they can just regurgitate their food and then save a lot of energy, cool down in the process as well. Something like the oryx that we are currently watching, they've actually got a very interesting set of veins in their nasal region, which also helps to circulate blood going, or the blood flow to their brains better, and that also prevents them from overheating, because the oryx specifically is a sub-Saharan animal, so they do prefer, and you will find them more in hot and open and desert-like biomes and habitats. But of course, water is key anywhere in the world, not just in Africa even, anywhere in the world you go. Just like us humans, we need to stay hydrated. You need a lot of water, specifically in the summertime. I'm sure you often hear the naturalists, specifically during this time of the year, saying we need to refill our water bottles, or we've drunk a lot of water today, so definitely. And I remember for myself as well, when I was guiding in Greater Kruger, you can easily drink up to 3, 4, 5 liters of water a day, of course, depending on the day. So definitely key for survival out here. And that is also why, when it does rain during this time of the year, we are so, so grateful, because yes, it is the norm for it to rain this time of the year, but of course with climate change and everything, we are seeing that it comes later and less each year. So definitely very necessary.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
Alright, just bear with me. I just quickly want to go over to, I don't think that jackal will still be around because all of the oryx are now walking there, but let's just have a look-see. See, maybe we can spot him. But I do think he may have moved off. So he was literally just in the sandy patch. Woo! Jeez, guys, this early in the morning are we fighting? Goodness gracious. Tad bit early for that, I would say, but what do I know? I'm not an oryx. No, I think our jackal has moved off, probably deeper into the shade. It was literally lying down just on the sandy patch over here. And none of the animals will really be worried about a jackal, even though they do know it's a predator of some sort. they will not be too worried, because of course a jackal is a very tiny thing, especially if it's by itself. If it's not with its partner, or even more so, with other couples as well, they will not be worried at all. And of course, jackals are animals that you'll see in pairs mostly, but you can sometimes find them sort of ganging up or coupling up. Different couples coming together, specifically if there's a carcass, or during this season as well. They will actually hunt baby impalas, baby wildebeests, etc. But jackals are not just carnivorous, they are omnivores. We've got a very beautiful tree in southern Africa, the jackalberry, and it's actually, the name is derived from the fact that the jackals love eating those berries. So they do in fact feed on berries and things like that as well. But for the most part, of course, scavenging. It's probably what I would do out here as well. Just wait for something else to to get food and then go after it. But let me know what you are looking forward to seeing today and what you are hoping to see today. It would be brilliant if we see lions again here in Okokoyo. But of course, it is very hot. But you never know. Anything is possible. Never say never. That is the golden rule out here. But anyway, while I look for my imaginary lion, I'm going to send you over to Rolf in Kariga, who would like to say good morning.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I'm escaping to nature here at the Scotia Dam in the eastern side of the reserve. And it's a lovely morning. The wind is just picking up a little bit now, but it's going to be quite hot, I think. Maybe not quite as hot as yesterday, but nevertheless hot enough to, I think, bring a lot of the animals down for a drink here at the beautiful clear water that we do have at the Scotia Dam. And the dam named after that nice big tree there in the background, the Scotia Afra, or the Karoo boerbean. Why do they call it a boerbean? Because the boere, or the voortrekkers and the farmers, the Afrikaners, used to use the seeds crushed up as a substitute for coffee. So the boerbean, the farmer's bean. Lots more impala babies around. I don't see any of them here because these are mostly rams. They were having a little bit of a tussle earlier. And there's also a lot more blessbok babies, so maybe they'll come out and show us. And a couple more zebra babies as well. So babies all round. Lots of birds calling this morning. The black cuckoo and the somber green bull, the southern boo-boo. We've had the red-fronted tinkerbird and olive bush shrikes. But as the day progresses, they'll probably call less and less, with the wind picking up, and it's not the best idea to be calling in the middle of the day when it's very hot, lots of wind. You're wasting your energy. Speaking of energy, that's also why the animals do become a little bit lethargic when it gets very hot, because it does make their heart rate increase, and so a lot more energy required if you're going to be active when it's very hot. Mainly the activity is coming down to drink, But it doesn't seem to affect the ostriches too much because they prefer hotter climates. So you might see them chasing each other around. I'm hoping so. There was lots of activity from them yesterday. A bit of displaying, a bit of chasing, and trying to court with the females. But a nice mix of game. There's a couple of female Nyala coming to drink. Blesbok seemingly wanting to come through as well as the Impala. And wherever you may come from in the world, where we are around Christmas is when we start to hear the cicadas, which we call the Christmas beetle. So Quinn, the cooling methods of the Blesbok, it's mainly just panting that they will try to dispel some of the heat. But they also do have a white stomach, which helps to reflect the heat back off the ground. And they're pretty comfortable when it's hot, but they don't expend much energy when it is. They stand around and hang their heads down, but that hanging of their heads is more so because of the activity of the flies that specifically target Blesbok. And it's bot flies that then lay their eggs in their nasal cavity, and the maggots are hosted within. So it must be excruciatingly painful in a way that it must drive them mad. And that's why you do see a lot of this head shaking. They also do sort of snort and sneeze a lot, trying to expel them. And you also see them then, when they do lie down, they actually put those nostrils into the grass and trying to stop the flies actually entering into their nasal cavity. But it doesn't seem to help very much because they're all full of them. But that's why they do a lot of that head shaking. Blesbok are very good runners, and they can run with their mother pretty much after an hour of being born, and they can sprint with them. So very important for small antelope like this to be able to run almost immediately, because if you don't, you're going to get eaten. So I just think that it's particularly so with the Blesbok. They're able to run very fast, very quickly. I'm hoping I can show you that if we get to see one of the little babies. There's quite a few more, so we've got a good chance. So the rhinos would be a little bit scarce because there was a dehorning procedure that went on yesterday. There was one of the rhinos that was dehorned. So when they hear that helicopter, they really just disappear into the thickets. It's a very important procedure that needs to take place, but the animals don't understand that. And so when they hear the helicopter, they disappear for a few days. So they're going to be a little bit skittish now, and we probably won't see them in the next day or two at least. There's some more Blesbok walking through. The buffalo have also been a little bit scarce, hiding off in the riverline and near to the thickets. I'm hoping for a bit of rain that can replenish the mud wallow that we have here. That'll bring them back in their best spa position. I like following blesbok around as well, because they just randomly sprint off in a different direction sometimes. So you never know when they're going to get into that sort of fit of running for no apparent reason. I think they just like running. You can hear the hardy-dars calling now. Hardy-dar ibis. Lots of them were foraging in amongst the rhino dung. And there on the dam we've got an Egyptian goose. There was a spurwing goose here earlier, but I think he must have left. I thought that might have been him, but it's not. It's our resident Egyptian geese. Lots of them around. There's a couple of impala just seeking the shade. Those young rams. Sorry, I know I'm going backwards and forwards, but there's different animals that keep on showing themselves. There's a hardy-dar in the foreground. Now there's a male inyala. They like to feed on this plumbago bushes here, just next to the waterhole. They are a little bit quiet for now, but as I say, the hotter it gets, the more chance we've got the animals coming down to drink. Ryan, quite right. It's always awesome here at Kariega. It's such a stunning landscape, and always lots of animals. There's lots of animals about, but they're just some of them more in the thickets and seeking a bit of shade. But as I say, as the day progresses, I'm sure lots more will be coming down here and enjoying the water. One wants to go for a drink, but not happy with that particular spot. So Quinn, the impala lambs as well as the blesbok lambs, they don't really alarm call like the adults, where they do that pa pa. Well, that's the impala, and the blesbok have got sort of a sneezy sound. It's like a almost more so like a wildebeest. And sometimes when I do that, they often look at me. So the babies mainly just have a sort of a squeal. It's like a that they make. They don't really alarm call like the adults. And so that's the noise they make. As they grow, they then do develop that ability to alarm call properly. But no, so when they're first born, they can't alarm call like the adults. and that sound that those babies make, whether they're being pushed by their parents to run along, or they're being attacked by, potential predator, all the predators, they know that sound, and it's incredible how quickly they react to that noise. So hyenas, jackals, lions, leopard, if they hear that, it's like the noise of a lamb being grabbed, and they will immediately run into that area because they may be getting themselves an easy meal. So you see that quite regularly. And one of the birds that call that often has sort of tricked me into believing that that's a lamb being attacked, or an animal busy being throttled, is the trumpeter hornbill. When I used to walk in the northern parts of the Kruger National Park in the Pafuri region, there were a lot of those trumpeter hornbills, and we often used to sort of hot-footed into an area because we thought maybe a leopard had got something, or a lion, only to find that it was indeed trumpeter hornbills. So one of those birds that puts you off and makes you think that it's something else. What we've got here is with the ostriches, and when they call, it sounds like a lion calling off in the distance. So, and that's also one of the animals that have put me off, thinking that I've heard lions calling, only to find, once we've moved into the area, that there's just ostriches calling. Nice calls from the hardy-daws. Very common sound if you're South African. Black cuckoo as well. Let's just have a look in the water itself, because I think those might be the two yellow-billed ducks that were molting earlier. They were pulling their own feathers out together with a little grebe. Bottoms up, just foraging in the water there. So Gabby, we've got quite a few migratory birds that have just arrived over the last couple of weeks. The one that's been calling mostly is the black cuckoo. So that's I think they go to Central Africa and then return. We've got the yellow-billed kites that have just arrived in the last couple of weeks as well. They come from the Russian steppes, so they've got a very big migratory route, and they just come here for feeding in our summer. We also do get the eastern red-footed falcon, or the Amur falcon, but they haven't arrived yet. They come a little bit later in the summer months. That's one of the longest non-stop migratory flights in the world. They come in numbers, but they come all the way from China. So the yellow-billed kites and the Amur falcons really would have a lot of stories to tell from their travels. It'd be awesome if they could talk. And then going further with a lot of the other cuckoos, there's the Claas's cuckoo as well, which has been calling too, the Diedrich's cuckoo. All the cuckoos are migratory. The lesser striped swallows that have arrived as well, I think they go to Europe and then return. Also in our summer months, they come here to breed. The little pygmy kingfisher is also migratory that we get here. Haven't seen any yet, but probably see them within the next couple of weeks as well, down in the riverline. Paradise flycatchers, also migratory. we do. We've got quite a few migratory birds, and then a lot of resident special birds as well. We were chatting about it the other day too, where if you think about the migratory birds, when they arrive, obviously there's now the same amount of space. There will be more resources because it's normally going into the spring and summer months, so there would be more food. Generally it would have rained as well, so there will be more resources, but the real fight for space, which is now the same but with a lot more birds in it. And so there's a lot of competition that takes place, but when these migratory birds return, and none more so that than when the woodland kingfisher returns, it's the brown-hooded kingfisher that suffers and goes quiet when they are there. The woodland kingfisher being a bit bigger, and so obviously wins the competition between the two. And so interesting to note that when you start hearing the woodland kingfisher, suddenly the brown-hooded goes relatively quiet. It's not that you won't hear them at all, but you hardly hear them when the woodland kingfishers come back. Here we don't get the woodland kingfisher, so we hear the brown-hooded kingfisher all year round. Brown-hooded also doesn't migrate, so, and more of a insectivorous, as is the woodland. So they're very similar in their habits, are the woodland and the brown-hooded. These yellow-billed ducks are resident, they don't migrate. Okay, our olive bushshark calling, and a southern chagra. The emerald-spotted wood dove. So, quite a bit of birding going on, and always awesome to see the residents and the migratory birds. But I think we'll wait for it to get a little bit hotter, and maybe there'll be a lot more animals coming down to drink. While we're waiting and hoping, let's head you off to Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf, and good morning to you. We've got some beautiful kurus here on the Djuma Dam Cam, and I got very excited for a second, thinking they might be alert to a predator or something, but they are just alert about the lesser spotted Homo sapiens at headquarters. So, alas, but that's perfectly fine. Such a beautiful group of them, and they were just at the water hole, had a quick sip, and then they came to the shade. As we've mentioned, you know, the animals are gonna either be in the water or in the shade. There's no in between really today in weather like this specifically. And it's all females, all of the ladies. And you can see this one specifically off to our left. I suspect she's definitely pregnant. And they are of course also summer breeders with having their young in the summertime. And I always say the easiest way to sort of categorize it is, you know, any animal that could potentially fall prey to a lion, a leopard, anything like that. For the most part, they will have their babies in the summertime. Now, of course, a lot of people believe it's because the rainfall or the water will wash away the smell of the afterbirth, you know, giving them a little bit more chance with evading predators. But of course, the most logic reason for this will be in summertime. It becomes green, there's a lot of food around, and so the new babies and the new arrivals will also have enough to feed on. Hyena Mom, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. It's a very good question. You would like to know which antelope has the best survival tactics, in my personal opinion. So I would definitely say the waterbucks, because waterbucks, of course, when they do evade predators and try to escape from them, they can easily just run into the water, and it's not likely for a lion or a leopard to go full on into the water after those waterbucks. Plus the fact that, of course, they've got scent glands in their necks, so they can actually secrete a very foul smell. And often, if they do feel threatened, or it's a defense mechanism. So then generally, not always, but when that happens, the leopard or the lion or whatever the case is might think, oh no, goodness, this poor animal has expired. It's not going to be very tasty. So, but again, this will differ from reserve to reserve and area to area. There are some areas where water bucks get heavily predated on, and others not so much. It also depends on what is available to the predators. So, for instance, animals are very intelligent as well. That is also what we have to remember. So if an animal has tasted waterbuck before, but it's also tasted impala, and there are enough impala around, that animal will rather go for the impala. But that being said, predators are opportunistic, so whatever presents itself, they will go for. But in my personal opinion, best at evading the predators, definitely the waterbuck. Just want to see that quite a few oxpeckers on them. But of course, as they move, so will the oxpeckers. And they follow the animals, of course. Very, very good indicators of generally big animals.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Righty, well, we'll take another scan around. I actually saw a buffalo weaver earlier on, and it was collecting material for constructing a nest. And we know that they are community nesters, but very interesting how picky it was with, you know, the materials it wanted, even though their nests, in my personal opinion, is very messy. Not like the southern masked weaver, for instance. I just want to have a look-see and see if it is still around. And speaking of birds, while we are looking for them, so of course the 3rd of December is Birding Big Day, and our naturalists, our camops, they're going to be teaming up and they're going to partake in the biggest birding event of the year in South Africa. And this is not just a Wild Earth thing, it is literally a massive event for bird lovers, for naturalists all over South Africa. So Wild Earth will have a team at each of our locations as always, and a special ornithologist guest that will also be joining us on the shows and for the fireside chat, which will be happening on the 3rd of December at 8 p.m. Central African time. So of course, you know, Birding Day is a lot of fun. I've partaken in quite a few in my lifetime, and it really is. All of you have seen how competitive we get when it comes to the animal bingo. But I think this is an even bigger incentive for us as naturalists, because birds are, you know, there's always birds. Even if you don't see animals always, there's always birds around. So not only, you know, can we get a little competitive again, but it actually also has a purpose. It is for data collection. It goes to science and everything that they, you know, take all of that information, that data collection of the various locations and numbers, etc., that was recorded for the birds, because we actually use that each and every year. It's like a roll call almost, or a game count, but only for birds. So that'll be happening on the 3rd of December. So please do join us, because that's going to be a lot of fun, and we are very excited for that. Alrighty, well, not much happening right now, but as always I will keep monitoring Djuma, make sure we are not missing out on anything. But in the meantime, let's go over back to Okokoya and see what's happening there. So we've still got some wildebeests, and then in the water itself, as always, some springbok, which I'll get to now. I just want to see these wildebeests. As I say, I'm very anxiously still awaiting the first wildebeest calf, but nothing as of yet. It seems like, specifically the one at the back, seems like a female. Of course, with wildebeest, it can be one of your trickier animals to sex, because, or to differentiate their genders, because both of them have horns. It's not something as simple as a kudu or impala, for instance, that just the males have horns. But definitely the one that is out back to our left, that one I definitely think is a female. And this is probably one of the animals that I've seen the most births of. And when I say that, I don't mean, oh, I've seen hundreds of births. It's just, I think I've probably seen 4 or 5 wildebeest births. And it has to date been my first birth that I ever saw in the wild, as well as my last one. Oh yes, this one is also a female that is now on the move. And I always find it so interesting, specifically here in Okokoyo, you know, when these animals do in fact give birth. and they have their young. Of course, it would make sense for them to do it deeper into the bush, but I'm so curious, and this is why Okokoyo is definitely on my bucket list. I am so curious as to how it looks at the back in the tree line, to see, is there enough grass for them to have the little ones on, or how does it work? Something like a giraffe, for instance. We know by now giraffes, when they give birth, they actually do it standing, so that poor animal has such a rude awakening into life. But wildebeests, I've seen wildebeests standing up giving birth, I've seen them lying down giving birth. But I would really love to know what is beyond that tree line. And I'm definitely, as I said, it is a promise I made myself. Within the next year, I have to get to Okokoyo for myself to see what it is like. Perhaps go on a bushwalk. That would be pretty amazing to see the rocks, the different geology that we can actually find here. And as always, every now and again, we just take a moment of silence just to appreciate everything. Not just the beautiful animals, but the trees, the stumps, the birds, just absolutely everything, because it really is so serene. And oh, good morning, Quilias. I was wondering when you'll wake up. But just absolutely everything around us. I do not think we take enough time and devote enough time and energy into just sometimes appreciating everything around us, even if you do not live, or find yourself in the wild or in the bush. The other day I saw a very good documentary, and this guy actually did an experiment, and he took a group of people out in New York, in the busiest streets and everything, and all they could hear is sirens and honking and everything. And then the next moment he took them to a rooftop and he said, we are still in the same place, we're just having a different perspective. And they could actually, just appreciate the silence and everything. And I think, especially in the busy times and life we find ourselves in currently, it's so necessary just to take time just to relax a little bit, take a moment of silence. And of course, here at Wild Earth, we are very, very lucky to be doing it with the animals and with the different birds and the water holes and everything. But I really do feel like it is very therapeutic. Oh, and that would be brilliant to see as well, the little grebe babies. I've never seen them, so hopefully one of these days I can show you them on one of the damn cameras. I just quickly want to check something, just bear with me. I do not think it's something, but I just, as always, for those of you that know me by now, I like to make sure of things. Rather double check than miss out on something. I think it's just a piece of tree. The lesser spotted loggerdial. I just want to make sure. Oh, and I also saw Cory Bustard earlier on. But it was very far out back. It was literally on the edge of the tree line. So hopefully the Cory Bustard will come to the water. We shall have a look-see. What is this? Oh, goodness. Nope. Just a piece of log. Oh, and the day before yesterday, I saw a female lion here, but it was literally just before we ended our sunset safari, a female lion that was collared. It's probably one of the most beautiful faces I've seen on a lioness. And it was the first time for me seeing her. I believe Alex has seen her once before. But it will be very interesting to, hopefully get some information on her as well. And just like all of you, I'm still too learning about all of our locations, specifically Okokoyo. Djuma, I'm still getting to know, but Djuma, I basically grew up in the Sabi Sands going on safari since I was a very, very little girl. So Djuma, I'm not unfamiliar with. Mshatho, I'm getting very familiar with, but Okokoyo, I think, is still my mysterious location. Because, of course, something like the lions, we don't see them all that often, specifically in the daylight where we can observe them, perfectly, see all of the markings or whatever they may have on their bodies. So I too am very excited with all of you to be getting to know the different animals and creatures we have here. Good morning, guinea fowl. And these are the helmeted guinea fowls, very common bird species. You also get the crested guinea fowl. I've actually never seen them for myself, so that is still a lifer for me when it comes to birding. But the helmeted guinea fowls, very, very cool birds. I love them. I always called them the police of the bush, because they look like, with their blue helmets, they look like policemen. And they are generally, specifically, you could be on safari with going a good 2 hours, nothing happening. And then all at once, everything happens, of course, And then when you are on your way to a specific sighting, these birds, it's like they have a roadblock. They are pulling cars over, making them stop and slow down. They love to run in front of the cars when you are headed somewhere. And your Franklins as well. Very ironic how the bush always works. You can definitely see this oryx to our left as well is also super pregnant. And we have some kudu as well that made a brief appearance. They generally, from what I've seen specifically here at Okokoyo, they don't come too long when they do come to the water, even though it is a water-dependent animal. They come quickly and then they go. Just like the other animals, come, go. But the elephants, sometimes they surprise us. Sometimes they stick around for quite a bit, and other times, specifically from what I've seen with the herds with the babies, sorry about that, with the babies, they tend to come and then have a quick swim or quick splash, quick sip, and then they take off again. But anyway, I will keep monitoring our different water holes. In the meantime, I'm going to send you to Kevin and BK all the way in Madikwe.
A very good morning from Madikwe. And we've been trying to show you some impala lambs for the past few days already. And here we've got them at long last. It's the 1st of December, can you believe it? It's a wonderful, beautiful summer's day here in Madikwe Game Reserve. Good morning everybody, my name is Kevin. Together with BK behind the camera, we are looking forward to spend the next few hours with you, see what your escape to nature experience can offer. Let's have a look at these little ones. Now I know you saw the first impala lambs down Djuma side probably 3 weeks ago already. Now traditionally impalas lamb a few weeks later here in Madikwe. Then they were very skittish. And the ewes were very skittish as well. So we got glimpses and we tried to stop and we tried to get them on camera for you, but it was quite a challenge. But they are now actually settling down, becoming used to movement, vehicles, those type of things. Just look at them. Bundles of joy, bundles of joy. No, you're not seeing anything. What are you seeing? There's going to be a vehicle passing us by, so bear with us. Yola, it is a fantastic time of the year. It's a time of the year to actually look forward to. Where you guys off to? Settle, settle, settle. It is a fantastic time of the year, Yola. We all look forward to it. You know, if you live and work out in the bush, you very much become part of the life cycle here. So, November's, everybody's looking forward to lambing season, the first rains. Everybody dreading the heat during the summer. Then the dry season sets on in our winter, start May, June, and you get part of, you see the grass going drier, everything starts getting dusty. And then you wait for those first rains again and the whole cycle starts over again. But this is, I must say, one of my favorite times of the year. Everything is alive. There's insects, the birds, some of the migratory birds are back. And of course lambs. And then we are also waiting the arrival of our first wildebeest calves, which will be pretty soon as well. And we've got some zebbies on our right. We kept them in the bag for you as a bit of a surprise. We haven't only got impala here. There's some zebra. And we also saw a herd of elephant passing the road up ahead a little bit earlier on. And there in the background also a pale chanting goshawk sitting on that dead tree up at the top there. A little bit there. Oh, you've got a BK, thank you. There's a pale chanting goshawk. Or in short, as we call them, a PCG. We are on quite a busy road here, one of the main thoroughfares through Madikwe. So every now and then, if you do hear a car pass by, bear with us, okay? Stephen, your pale chanting goshawk doesn't really make, can I call it, an alarm call. So they are up there when it comes to the bird life, or the bird side of things. They are fairly up there, up the food chain. So they won't really, yeah, of course, larger birds of prey might prey on them, but they won't really make an alarm call or a danger call as such, your goshawks. But what I am going to do for you, Stephen, I'm going to play you their normal call quickly, just for you to hear, if I can find it. Bear with me, Stephen. I want to just let you hear their normal call. It's almost like a, I can't really say whistle. And Stephen, this is what it will sound like. So, quite an unimpressive sound, isn't it? But yes, there we go. I hope that answered your question, Stephen. Of course, he's perched up there looking for rodents. Rodents are quite plentiful come summertime. And for rodents, snakes, smaller birds. That is what that one is sitting up there and looking for.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Having a good old scratch, that one. And you can see that that scratching post is very well used. You can see the red soil on there, on the trunk. Must be a favorite spot for scratching. I see there is actually some termite activity there. Now we want to know, you won't really be able to see it. I initially thought it looks like, well, it is a scratching post as well, but that red mud you see on there, those are actually termites. Now termites have got no pigment. They are very, they cannot be in direct sunlight whatsoever. So when they're feeding, they build these mud canopies. As you can see that, you see that red markings just above it's the zebra's head. They'll build these shelters, umbrellas almost, of mud, and they will work and feed underneath, and that's what you're seeing there. Lenny, morning to you. So for the first few months, of course, they will be suckling. The impala, sorry, BK, yeah, a question from Lenny on the impalas. Yeah, so they will grow extremely quick on the ewes rich milk. And then at about 2 to 3 months of age, they will start testing grass. Slowly start feeding. It won't be part of their main diet yet, but they'll start supplementing. Lenny, they will then, as I say, slowly start supplementing the milk diet, more vegetable matter, and on average, every region differs as well, Lenny, but on average you will look at about 6 months. Thereabout, they'll be completely weaned. Greg, very difficult question. Yes, it is always a tricky one. Now, Greg, as you might know, that your zebras are hindgut fermenters, single stomach. Most of the nutritional uptake takes part in the intestines, organ called the cecum. But all that grass content goes into that stomach first. It's almost like a holding chamber. Drink a lot of water, mix that up. So Greg, the only real way to answer is because they always look bloated, they always look well fed and fat. When you see a zebra extraordinary large, then it's almost the only way to know that she's pregnant. And that sometimes only appears, call it there, in the last 2 months of her gestation, 375 days. So yeah, in the last 300 days onwards, you will start seeing a difference between a normal, rounded zebra and a zebra mare that is pregnant. They just become huge. It becomes obvious. I hope that answers your question, Greg. Yeah, there's no easy explanation. Overly fat zebra is a pregnant one. Now these zebra were formerly called the Burchells, now called the plain zebra. Burchell was a very famous explorer, naturalist, ornithologist. Quite a few birds named after him. And he first recorded what we now call the plain zebra. Now down in the Western Cape of Southern Africa, slightly into the Eastern Cape as well, you've got your Cape Mountain zebra. And then in Namibia, you've got a subspecies called your grevies. And I think, but don't quote me on it, I think you find your grevies up in East Africa as well, but I'm not exactly sure. Hey, little one. And on this summer morning, our sounds are dominated as per usual this time of the year by a mixture of rattling cisticolas, cicadas of course with their whining noise, and Cape turtle doves that we hear this morning. And of course a few flies that's irritating us. Nature Hugger, it is our absolute pleasure. Well, if we don't see anything further today, just to have been able to show you your first zebra foal will be worth it. And continue watching. We should bring you more youngsters and babies of all species. It's that time of the year. Now remember, zebra haven't got a real birth or specific birth time or season, birth season. Zebra foals come anytime throughout the year. It's not like most of your antelope species that time births with the rains, in other words, the abundance of food. For zebras, they can come any time of the year. From Zebras with Us, also, Lisa says she also has zebras. Let's go and have a look. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Kolobeng Dam and see what we can bring you from there.
Morning, Kevin and BK, and thank you so much. From your stripes to my stripes here in Okokoyo. Yes, but you can definitely see we've got quite a few. I'm not going to call them that word. We'll just say they are very well-rounded, some of these mares. And of course, definitely pregnant. So I'm very excited to see some new foals. And for those of you that frequently join us on Escape to Nature, we've got a very black and fluffy foal here in Okokoyo, which we see every now and again. Not too often, but every now and again they've been coming to show the little one. So hopefully we'll see it again one of these days. I just want to, sorry, just bear with me. I just want to see something is catching my eye here in the water hole. Ah, 'tis an Egyptian goose. A goosey goose, Egyptian goose. It seems like we've also got another interesting bird here. I will try to get us a look. Of course, it makes it tricky with the white rocks. Okokoyo, very well known for this type of geology, the rocks. Oh, it's an egret. Good morning. Of course, they are just waiting for some insects that they get to catch. As the animals come to the water, you know, they'll disturb a lot of, not just insects but amongst the rocks and in the soil, but also in the water. I'm sure many of you have seen, in Afrikaans we call it waterwentjies, which is like an insect that is on the surface of water. You'll often see them in swimming pools in the city. But of course they do occur in the wild as well. So that is what the egrets are just currently scavenging for. It's always so interesting with Okokoyo, you know, as soon as you start to take a closer look. The other day we saw Corrie Bustard again, but it's just insane how well everything camouflages here. Even something like a lion. You know, they've got brilliant camouflage. You would think everything stands out and doesn't at all fit in with the rocks. But they do in fact. And as always, if I take a little bit of time, I'm just scanning absolutely everywhere. Because you can easily overlook something like a jackal even, which is not a minute animal. It's not as big as a lion, for instance. But as I just said, even something like a lion, you can, if you are not paying attention, you can easily overlook them. Let us quickly scan the barcodes and see if there is a baby amongst these zebras. I don't think so. I don't see one. But of course, as Kevin mentioned, they camouflage brilliantly. Not just with the stripes, but of course, their long legs. They fit in easily amongst the adults. You know, if the adults just stand around them, group around them, it's difficult to actually see which one is a baby. I don't see any babies. So as they all slowly move off now, I'm just going to take a look in the background. That is how we spotted a secretary bird the one day. So I always just like to make sure, of everything going on around the animals. Just perhaps take a closer look. And as far as we can, of course, we never know what is lying far away, under a tree perhaps. Benny, good morning. Thank you for jumping on board with us. You would like to know, do zebras and wildebeest here in Okokoyo participate in migration? No, not as they would, for instance, in the Masai Mara. Any animal, potentially, whether it's elephants, zebras, wildebeest, whatever the case is, when they are in dire need of food and specifically water, they will definitely move very far. And when I say very far, sometimes, they can travel for tens of hundreds of kilometers if they do not find water soon enough, and sometimes can then even die of starvation. But no, not here in Okokoyo. Okokoyo's water hole is in fact man-made. So if it really does become so, desperate for all the animals to get water, it can get filled up. But of course, as people, we shouldn't be interfering too much, because just like anything else, there's a lot of things that go on in nature that we don't fully realize or comprehend. And natural selection is also a thing. So sometimes Mother Nature, has to be cruel to be kind. So, ooh, good morning. We've got a black-headed heron. That's random. Generally we see them, of course, at the water hole itself, trying to get some fish and some meals, but this one is apparently taking the day off. I'm not sure what's happening. So right on top of this log that is closest to us, if you look just on top of it, right in front of the fallen over acacia, you can see there's a black-headed heron. And look at that, now you can't even see it. That is why I always say, it's very, very important for us, not just virtually, but even when you are on safari, whether you're in the Kruger National Park doing a self-drive, or whether you're at a lodge going on a safari with a naturalist. It's good to sometimes, just stop and scan absolutely everything. Even if you have no alarm calls, no sounds, no noises, anything going on, it's always very good. Because I'm sure you saw this morning, if you did join us on Sunrise Safari, leopards and other animals as well can camouflage brilliantly. And I'm sure every single day, there's something that we don't see every day, but that we do overlook every now and again. So that is why we like to just every now and again just take a look and see what is happening out here. So I just want to take us over a little bit to the right as well, because interestingly enough, that was a first for me. One of the elephant herds with a lot of babies entered from the right of the waterhole, which generally they either come from the massive game path that is at the back of the waterhole, or they come all from the left. So that was very, very fascinating to me, that they, of course they do. It's not like the roads are demarcated or the game paths and they've got no entry signs for the animals. But it's always good to play on the safe side. And isn't it amazing how all of these animals just coexist? And I always talk about, what can we learn from animals, and what do I personally envy? What capabilities or abilities do they have that we can definitely also use? And I think that is, one of the biggest lessons, coexistence. All of these animals are so different. You've got zebra, wildebeest, and springbok, and the oryx at the background. And somehow they all exist. They coexist. They help each other out if there's something dangerous going on. And again, we will never know if this is a conscious thing that they do or if it's just instinctive and they've been taught that from generation down. But they all just live in peace and harmony. Even if there is in fact a lion, the lioness I saw the day before yesterday. And this probably because it was just one lion, so the animals didn't really feel all that threatened. But it was almost like she was super submissive. She didn't make any, dominant movements or anything. She wasn't arrogant when she approached the animals. It's almost like she was very, very submissive. The sort of behavior you'd see with wild dogs, when they are amongst each other in the pack. She almost had this hunched down, I don't know, it was very strange. It was the first time for me experiencing behavior like that. But again, she was a single lion, so if she were to take her chances with anything, they would definitely make a point of attacking her or just at least scaring her off. But the guinea fowl, the black-headed heron, the zebras, the springbok, and everything else we cannot see. Because if you think about it now, there's chameleons that we can't see, there's locusts, there's so many. Oh, okay, all right, quillias, we have not forgotten you, there's quillias. But there's so many things that we cannot see right now. Birds, so many bird species. I cannot wait to get to Ukokoyo for the birding. But as I say, also just to go on a proper bushwalk here and see what these rocks really look like up close and personal, and the different smells you'll get, and just absolutely everything. Nance, or Nancy, you would like to know why isn't egret not called a heron? Because it's not the same species. Even though they've got similar feeding behaviors, if you look at something like a heron predominantly feeds on fish. They are active hunters. And egrets, as I say, they've got a different approach. They eat insects, so they are not the same birds. They do not belong to the same order. And so they are not, the same on a lot of levels. As I say, feeding behaviors, looks, I get why you asked that though. They do have similarities and similar characteristics when it comes to their outer looks. But not the same in many ways. But thank you, that's a very interesting question. I've never thought about that, but it's interesting how you don't think about a lot of things, and then when it gets thrown at you or gets asked, then you're like, okay, alright, that makes sense. So thank you. Keep them coming, your questions, your comments, your suggestions, anything. We really do love hearing from you as naturalists. It makes us and the directors realize we are not crazy and, just on this journey on our own. We are, in fact, taking all of you on safari. And thank you so much for joining us on safari. It's always a pleasure having all of you. Just trying to look for kudu bull. There's a young one. But here in Okukweyo, there's, I think, 3 or 4 bachelors, and they are magnificent. Their horns are just absolutely beautiful. Of course, even this morning in Juma, when we saw the kudu, we just saw the females, or the cows, as we would call them. And this morning, Chris, when he saw his wild dogs, was referring to their ears and how adorable their ears are. So I always say, the wild dogs are the Mickey Mouse amongst the predators, and then kudus are the Mickey Mouse amongst the antelope. And the black rhino is the Mickey Mouse amongst the odd-toed ungulates, or the odd-toed hoofed animals. Of course, all of these animals we are currently looking at are ungulates, so that means animals with hoofs. And some of them have an even number of hoofs, like the kudus, like the springbok. So they are called even-toed ungulates, and then something like a zebra or rhino would be an odd-toed ungulate. Zebra's just having 1, and rhinos having 3.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Here we can see the egrets now taking their chance to definitely, as I say, as the animals go through the water, they are disturbing a lot of insects and creepy crawlies and things, and the egrets will definitely take advantage of that. You'll often see them with buffalo and domestic cattle as well. And as the animals move, whether it's here like through the water or whether they move through grass or soil, they'll disturb and flush a lot of insects. And so the egrets then take perfect advantage of that, and that is also part of symbiosis. So that would be commensalism, because one of the parties is benefiting and the other party is neither harmed but neither doesn't benefit as well. So very, very interesting. Not like the oxpeckers, for instance, that we see, or terrapins that physically go to sit on animals and feed off of them. These guys just wait for the animals to do their thing as they move. They just sort of disturb the insects, and the egrets can then easily and successfully make a hunt. Quite a few of them around, actually. I think for me personally, in my time here on the Ukokoyo camp, it's been the most egrets I've seen together at one time. And that call you can hear in the background, that sounds like a chipmunk that's being tickled. Those are the little grebes. So the little birds we saw on the surface of the water earlier on that I mentioned, I would love to see them having babies. They too have that adorable call. Oh yes, there we go. The one that just pretended to be a jet ski towards the springbok. Those are the little grebes, formerly called the dabchicks. Oh, just watch that. The quillias coming in for water. That big flock of water birds. That big flock of birds coming into the water just on the other side of the water hole. Those are the red-billed quillias. And you can literally, sometimes you see them in smaller flocks. For me personally, I've seen them in smaller flocks here in Ukokoyo. But in Mashatu, I've definitely seen massive flocks that I would say is at least hundreds, if not thousands, of quillias. Brilliant! But I will keep watching the quillias and the springboks and the zebras and hopefully everything else that Mother Nature will bless us with at our different water holes. And while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Kevin and BK, who are appreciating the smaller things in the bush.
On our way to Kolobeng Dam, and I drove past this beautiful shepherd's tree with a termite mound, and I couldn't resist to stop off and show you guys. Now, the other day, about 2 mornings ago, we spoke about how termite mounds can actually show you direction in the bush. And I did promise to you, when we pass one again, we'll talk more about the termites. Now, this is that time. Now, I'm going to start off. I'm going to throw a question out there. What do you guys think? Was this shepherd's tree here first, or was it the termite mound? Now, I'm going to give you a few minutes to come up with your questions. In the meantime, we're going to talk more about termites. Now, this is literally the tip of the iceberg. The colony will be all around there. And of course, termites are the social structure is what you call a caste system. And all that really means. They're all termites, but they all look different. So let's start with the queen. Quite big in size, much bigger than the rest. You've got a king, you've got your workers, and you've got your soldier termites. And that is what's referred to as the caste system. All the same species, but they look very different. Same as bees, same as ants. Right, so inside this termite mound, there's a chamber, and that's where the queen will live. She gets fed and looked after, and she is basically an egg-laying machine. That is what she is. And she can live up to 50 years, and every single day lie up to 30,000 eggs. Can you guys imagine that? 30,000 eggs for almost 50 years. Now, then you've got your workers. They are responsible for the upkeep of the mound, finding food, looking after the eggs, all those type of things. And your soldier termites that's responsible for the security of the termite mound. Now, say for instance, an aardvark comes tonight and it starts digging into the termite mound and starts eating worker termites. They'll give off a pheromone that says, oh, worker termites come to the east wing, there's a breach, and the soldiers will start congregating together. They squirt formic acid, they've got quite a nice sharp pinch to them as well, and they'll start defending the termite mound. Now, this aardvark will start eating more soldiers. They will then give off a pheromone that signals to the queen, we've got a depletion in the amount of soldier termites. We've lost a lot of we've lost 3,000 soldier termites because of this aardvark. She will then start laying, that pheromone will tell her to start laying more eggs that's going to turn into soldier termites. How amazing is that? Now, I'm waiting for you guys to answer. Remember, what was here first? The shepherd's tree or the termite mound? Let me know. Any answer will do. So then, remember that termites are actually farmers. Now, I'm going to start giving you a clue as to your answer. Now, a little bit early on, I've actually picked a berry from the shepherd's tree. And I left it there with BK on the car, on the dashboard there, so you can actually see what that berry looks like, or the fruit looks like. Now, inside that, there's of course a seed. Now, termites are a dead plant material. They don't eat fresh plant material, they eat dead plant material like seeds and so forth. So the workers will go out, collect all of this, of which some of it might be that shepherd's tree seeds. And now that they take down into the termite mound. Termites are farmers. I'm not sure if you guys knew that. They can't actually eat that dead plant material straight away. Their stomachs cannot digest the cellulose cell walls of whatever plant material. They just can't digest it. So they will have to transform, for a lack of a better word, that plant material first. And what they do, they're farmers. There's another special farming chamber in here. They'll take all that dead plant material that's collected, that is stored there, and a special type of fungus will start growing on that plant material. And that actually breaks down those cellulose cell walls for the workers to actually start digesting. So they are all farmers. So what does that mean? If there are seeds being taken down underground, is it possible that this shepherd's tree was there first? Or the termite mound? And I think I gave you guys the answer there. Inside here, it's nice and moist, nice and warm, perfect germination atmosphere, habitat, environment for those seeds then to start germinating. And these two work together because the termites help with the reproduction of your shepherd's tree, and the shepherd's tree taps deep into the water table and actually supply termites with the water supply that they need. So the two of them work together. So guys, there's your answer. Although this shepherd's tree looks very ancient, gnarly, they're actually quite fast growing, and you'll often see termite mounds with small shepherd's trees or other bushes or trees for that matter growing out of termite mounds. There's a whole world underneath our feet that we honestly do not know about. And termites play such an amazing role to aerate the soil. Imagine all that plant material. It's like compost going back into the ground. So they play a very important role in the ecology. And guess what? We never almost get to see them. We just see the evidence that they are here. What do you say? Shall we head on to Kolobeng Dam and see what's there? As I said, I couldn't stop. I couldn't resist myself stopping and just showing you guys this. It's nice and shady underneath here, so nice and cool. But upwards and onwards, shall we say. I hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of information. Amazing, amazing. 30,000 eggs a day. That is just mind-boggling. I'm heading back to the car, and then me and BK are going to head up the road and see what Kolobeng Dam has got to offer for us this morning. Hopefully there's some elephants on the swim.
Thank you for that, Kevin. That was super interesting, and it's always so fascinating to check out termite mounds. I remember the biggest one I've seen is, I was very young, but so my father is 1.98 meters long, tall, and sorry, in Afrikaans we say lank. And my uncle, I think, is also, he's a bit taller than my father. I think my uncle's probably 2 meters tall. And I remember when I was a little kid, we went on safari and there was this massive termite mound. And my uncle was on my father's shoulders and they still could not be as tall as the termite mound. So it's always very fascinating to check out termite mounds. It's one of my favorite things to do on safari. So thank you for showing all of us that. I'm just taking a quick glance around. We did have some spur-winged geese here at Mashatu, and I also just wanted to show all of you Mashatu still exists. It's still very much alive and well. But I just want to have a look-see around and see. And it has become so green and beautifully lush here in Mashatu. And of course this has a very... I like all of our locations for different reasons, but I think Mashatu has a very special place in my heart purely because, for quite some time that was our dominant location for so long due to the elephants and everything that came here. And now, with it being rainy season and with the animals not coming as much because they are no longer restricted to just one area, I really do miss the animals. Just goes to show we should never take them for granted in any situation. I think we tend to get spoiled. Well, we've got a little grebe on the water and an Egyptian goose off to the... I don't know why I want to keep saying geese today. An Egyptian goose off to our right. And then I have checked our tree multiple times just this morning to see if our woodlands kingfisher is around or any other raptors of any kind, perhaps a falcon. But again, it is very hot, not just for the animals, but for bird species as well, so they too will, you know, sort of hover as much as they can in the shade. Just want to have a look-see and see if we can see any terrapins out, because of course they will take advantage of the sun now, try to heat up as much as they can. So we'll just have a look-see, just to bear with me. But yes, you can, for those of you that join us often, specifically on Escape to Nature, you can see how beautifully Mashatu has transformed. It has literally become a forest in a mere couple of days. There was one single impala earlier on that open plains area, but it seemed to have also moved off into the shade. Just want to take us here to the water edge and see if we can see any terrapins. And just bear with me. I know we are just looking at water now, but I do see we have some terrapins here on the water edge. Of course, this is, you know, we don't often always take a look directly below the camera. So it's always just good to have a look-see. And there they are. Some rather large terrapins, I have to say. So you can see, of course, one swimming in the water and then 3 of them just bathing. And then it seems another one just off to the left on the actual log in the water as well. So this is what they will do, just like our crocodile. That is something else I terribly miss as well here in Mashatu, is our crocodile. From having seen it every single day for weeks on end, you know, to not seeing it at all anymore, you tend to miss the animals and realize that you had to fully appreciate them when they were actually around. I just want to see this terrapin might come out now. But yes, of course, reptiles, ectothermic, need outer resources to heat themselves up. Ooh, you're in a hurry. Just awesome. And it really is so cool when you actually see them feeding off of the animals, you know, if buffaloes or animals, as I said, like an Ukokoyo, springbok, oryx, wildebeest, when they're actually into the water whilst drinking and cooling off, these terrapins will actively be in the water and they'll sort of feed off the ticks and the parasites and everything that might be on that animal at the time, much like an oxpecker on land, you know, flying around and landing on the different animals. Terrapins. Alright, let's take one last look-see around. See if our spur-winged geese have left us completely. And then we'll see what is happening on one of our other dam cams. And I've established that this kingfisher teasing me is literally in the tree that the dam cam is in and just out of reach for us. So apparently that is why I never get to frame up on it. But yes, Sunny, you would like to know how far can terrapins travel between water holes, if I'm not mistaken. So with terrapins, they are pretty resourceful and they will move around if need be. That being said, they won't move around unnecessarily. So just like anything else, food, water and reproduction is the main reason for moving. So terrapins specifically, being reptiles, if they don't need to move, they won't move. And they can travel, I mean, a few kilometers, but it's not like, you know, like elephants, they'll travel for hundreds of kilometers to get to water. Oh, there you are. See, I told you this guy exists. If you look off just to our right in the shade. So we've got the small blacksmith lapwing that's in front in the sun now, but just in the shade we've got our spur-winged goose. I knew I wasn't going crazy. But yes, often, specifically in the summertime, you know, as naturalists, as safari goers, we have to be very careful, because especially when it's just rained, you know, terrapins will find themselves, sometimes they'll move from a water hole and perhaps just move to a smaller puddle, or if they were perhaps on the way somewhere and they find themselves in that small puddle, they'll just stay there a little bit. But often those small puddles will occur on roads, and if you don't look, you know, if you don't sort of stop before you go through a puddle and just see if there's a head bobbing up every now and again, you might injure, or even worse, destroy a little terrapin that might be in those little puddles. So of course this one, the spur-winged goose, we can't appreciate it in full now because it's in the shade, but you can't see the beautiful colorations they have on them. But it's a fairly big goose in comparison to the Egyptian goose, for instance. But very special birds to see. Not endangered or anything, but not all that common, much like a Kori bustard almost. You don't see them on every safari, for instance, like you would a blacksmith lapwing or an Egyptian goose. So I'm surprised that he's alone. Generally, you know, they flock around in groups. Maybe he's just taking a me day. Sometimes that's necessary, friend. I get where you're coming from. And then our white brown veined butterflies fluttering by. Oh, it's such a pity, because these geese are really beautiful. I'm gonna take one last look around. But I will definitely keep an eye on Mashatu to see if this beautiful bird is gonna come out for us so we can appreciate it in full. Just bear with me, just wanna have one last look around. See if the elephants did not by any chance decide to come spoil us with their presence. But sadly, it does not seem like the case. But nonetheless, I will keep monitoring the beautiful Mashatu. Just wanted to show all of you it still exists. There still are animals here. They are just hiding a little bit. No, not hiding. They are no longer restricted just to this beautiful waterhole. They probably have a lot of other water resources out there now, and of course a lot of food. But hopefully someone will come to say hello to us. But until they do, let us go off to Ukukwayo. And as always, we've got springbokkies, en zebras, en wildebeeste. Those are probably three of the animals that have very similar namings in Afrikaans as they do in English. Springbok is springbok, zebra is zebra, and it's not wildebeest, my apologies. It's zebras and oryx. Oryx is very, very different. Oryx is oryx in English, and then in Afrikaans it's gemsbok. Just trying to have a look-see. I need a baby from someone. Just someone.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Very, very fascinating animals, these, in so many regards. I'm sure you've heard many. Sheesh, you're really, really big. Wow, she's huge. Just look at that. How can that even be comfortable to walk with? It looks like she's expecting triplets. But of course, when she does have her foal, she will just separate herself a little bit just from the harem. Not leave them completely, but just to get that bonding session on and form that bond between herself and the foal. And then as well as allowing the foal to then imprint on her stripe pattern. And how incredible is that? That animals, you know, they don't see in perfect color. They just see shapes, sizes, shades. And that in itself must be so confusing already. And yet that baby will know exactly which one is his mom just by studying the prints for a couple of days and then knowing, okay, that one is my mom. Just by looking at all of those confusing stripes. It truly is so amazing. These blacksmith lapwings in front always look like they're on some sort of mission or up to no good. Seems like they are scheming an evil plan. Seems like we've got some more antelope coming from the back. Not sure if it's impala or springbok. I will await the animals furthermore at our different water holes and also send out some emails quickly, just see who I can summon. And while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Kevin and BK all the way in Madikwe.
We arrived a little bit late for the pool party. It's already in full swing. Now all of these you're looking at just came out of the water. There's still a few in the water. And we are thinking, because there's a big mud wallow just there behind them. We are going to think after a nice cooling swim, where we see you guys. After a nice cooling swim, that they might go for a nice mud wallow. There's already a little one busy there. Oh, look at that one's face, BK. It's got a face mask on. Yeah, day spa. There we go. Face mask. Elephant style. We are now here at Kolobeng Dam as promised. And this bull has just arrived and he's going in, and there are our water frolickers. Stanley's certainly my favorite as well. Love them, love looking at them. Look at this one. There's a little small breeding herd here. And I'm actually expecting that that mud wallowing will actually kick off a little bit more. Oh, there goes the dust. Of course, it's not only mud wallowing, it's dust bathing as well. What that elephant is doing is actually loosening some of the soil on the side so it can get hold of some more soil for a dust bath. So human-like, eh, Stanley? That's what I love about them. Yes, he's got the soil that they've loosened. Now, they are nice and wet. There's a little bit of mud on them. Now, by throwing the dust on top, it actually traps that moisture, makes that coolness, that moisture last for a little bit longer. There it's loosening again. How clever. And this one is having a real time. It's trying to get its side full of mud. You saw it there, lying completely on its side previously. Some disturbance here in the background. I'm just seeing what that herd of elephant that just walked off. A lot of stomach rumbling going on. I see they're not too pleased about something. I'm just keeping an eye on them. It's unfortunately out of shot here at the back. BK can do miracles with a camera, but he almost can't shoot directly behind us. BK, we're just keeping an eye on here. We might have to move. This herd of elephants are coming in at quite a speed. Maybe not. Let's just sit. Guys, if I do have to move quickly, you must bear with me, okay? No. They're just excited to get back to the water. Those are the culprits I was talking about. More elephants coming, another breeding herd on the left-hand side. What are you up to? You want to get back to the pool? Look at them, BK. Oi, you behave? Yes. You behave? Thank you. Oi, no. You're on camera. Be nice. Thank you. Off you go. Go for your swim. Thank you. Right, BK, elephants left and right now. Big herds surrounding us. I'm just keeping an eye on them a bit, guys. Bear with me. Just going to talk a little bit softer. And we might have to move. Guys, I'm going to give these elephants a bit of room. They are irate about something. And I do not want them to completely surround us here, being in that state of mind. So bear with me. I'm quickly maneuvering us here. Calm down, guys. It's not that bad. Go for your swim. Let's give them a little bit of space. You hear that trumpeting? BK, I'll turn us around again, all right? And you can get this guy having a royal time in the mud. Yes, boy. Okay, that's where we're going to turn around. We've given them a bit of space. I'm not sure what that irritation was all about. They actually left the water and then came storming back. But it's very often those 5-6-year-olds throwing a bit of elephant tantrum. It's very often what it is. So I'm just going to park a little way further. BK, is that all right for you to see the wallowing? A little bit forward. Okay. All good for you? Right. We're going to keep an eye on them from here. All good. All good. Reading the situation, it is these youngsters, those 3, 4, 5 and 6 year olds, that is just boisterous. And then when they start throwing a bit of a tantrum, everybody gets worked up in the elephant family. We actually had a herd coming in. The reason I moved, we had a herd coming in from our left. So we had a herd coming in from our left-hand side, a complete different herd. They came walking up quickly when they heard all the trumpeting going on, and I don't want to be stuck in the middle there. It's not necessary. Let's give them space. Well, these two young bulls are having a royal time. Why are we waiting for our elephant family to settle down a bit? We're going to stay here longer. We're definitely going to stay here longer. But in the meantime, let's head over to Lisa and see what she's got for us in Ukukuyu.
Kevin, unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as you are to have a brilliant elephant sighting at the waterhole. But nonetheless, we've got our beautiful antelopes and all of the other animals still coming to the waterhole here in Ukukuyu. So I too am anxiously awaiting my elephant sighting for the day, whether it's here at Mashatu, Djuma, Ukukuyu. So we shall have a look-see and see what the day brings for us. But what an awesome sighting you had there. It's always exciting when the elephants do show a little bit of emotion, and it's always best to just give them a little bit of space. So that was super special of you, and hopefully they stick around for you for quite some time so you can check them out. But our animals here in Ukukuyu are still coming and going slowly. The springbok, as always, just sticking around. But yes, and it's very interesting to me how, everything is changing here in Ukukuyu, how the marking spaces, these patches of soil you see, like directly behind the waterhole now, how that is getting bigger, how the game paths and everything is getting bigger. Because of course, as summer is changing and very much in full swing now, a lot of the animals will come to the water more frequently and more in numbers. So with that said, your game paths and everything will also widen, because any game path begins out very, very small. It begins with the first animal, and then as more and more animals follow that path, because they know it's been traveled once before, so at least once before, it will become bigger and wider, and of course that is a safe place for them to cross, from what they know at least. And of course, it's a road that's been cleared, specifically something like an elephant or a lion. They have very, very padded feet. And so, with that being said, if a game path has in fact already been cleared, specifically here in Ukokoyo with the rocks, it makes it much easier for them to move along. Just want to see who else is approaching off from our right. And then for those of you that don't know what a game path is, when we look specifically at these white rocks in Ukokoyo, it's fairly easy to see. This small little brown path that you can see all the way going back to the tree line as well, that is called a game path. And that is created by animals specifically. Because in a place like Ukokoyo with a lot of rocks, it's very uncomfortable. So animals like your oryx, springboks, zebras, wildebeest, they don't mind it because they've got hooves. So they tend to travel on it as well because they know it's been traveled at least once before. But something like a lion, rhino, elephant with the softer feet, they will very much appreciate it as well because they can avoid the rocks. But that being said, it doesn't mean they can't walk on the rocks. They do, of course, walk on the rocks. They are very well adapted to their environment and to their habitat. But why walk on rocks when you can walk on soil? And over here specifically, you can see a lot of markings that has been happening here. So that is of course from rhinos. Here in Ukokoyo we've got the black rhino. It's actually got the largest population of black rhino anywhere than any other place in the world. And this is where not the only place, this is not their only restroom. But rhinos, of course, both black and white, very, very territorial. So when they've defecated, they will actually sort of scrape their feet against their dung. And so they can also demarcate their area as they move along. But then, just like we often see, especially now in the wonderful summertime, dung beetles will immediately smell that and they will come to that specific area and then start their day as well in the dung. But yes, this is an area that is frequently used by the rhinos. Sometimes you'll often find the wildebeests as well, rubbing their faces in the soil, also marking their area. So a lot of these animals, do mark either their territory or their home range in some or other way, whether it's by dung, by scent glands, whatever the case is. Ooh, and there are our kudu bachelors that I was referring to earlier on. Those beautiful, beautiful big bulls. Just look at that. How stunning are they? Absolutely incredible. And one of the animals, of course, with just the males having horns, so very, very easy to see between a bull and a cow when it comes to kudu. I'm so glad they came to say hello. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Alrighty, I'm going to continue admiring these beautiful males. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Rolf in Kariga.
Well, yes, I'm right down next to the Scotia Dam now, and I'm just watching a lovely group bachelor herd of impala with a couple of blesbok, and there were some lovely female nyalas as well. I don't know if they're still there. They may have moved off. The wind is picking up quite heavily all of a sudden. That may be why they're all looking in that direction. I'm not sure what they're concerned about. There was an alarm call a minute ago, just one. It seems to have made them a bit skittish. So, and of course, as always, the ostrich are up to their antics. There were 4 of them following each other around, each one following the one in front of it. And now they're just over there. So it looks like they've got a little bit of competition between them. They walk through there in the background. We've heard some crowned eagles calling. Just working along the kranzes here, probably looking for anything that is unluckily out that they could grab, like a hyrax, dassie, or monkeys. Often hear the monkeys alarm calling, and it can very often be because of the crowned eagles. Say these ostriches just following each other. There they come through now. So Solly, thanks for your question. And here on Kariga, on this side of the reserve, on the eastern side, this is a sanctuary for the rhino and the buffalo in particular. So there is the odd brown hyena and leopard, There's also jackals and caracal. But there's not big numbers of the hyena or leopards, but they are here. We do pick up their tracks, and we do hear lots of alarm calling sometimes, and we do know that they're moving through mainly in the kranzes themselves. But over on the western side there is a pride of lions. There's also spotted and brown hyena and leopards as well, and they will be releasing there's 2 male lions that will be released onto the reserve in the not too distant future, to add to the pride, as well as a coalition of 2 male cheetahs. So very exciting times ahead for the Kariega Game Reserve. But currently it's mainly the lions and hyenas, with the odd leopard that you find on the major reserve. And then the smaller ones being the caracal and jackals. There are also genets. They wouldn't be really considered big predators at all. I know that the jackals and caracal aren't big, but they're more sort of considered as predators than the genets. And I think those flowers in the background there are on Cape Ash tree, sort of white with pink. But I stand corrected, I think it might be them, and that's just now going in past the tree, the scotia that we're sitting next to. So let's go back to the other ostrich. Who was pursuing that one but has now stopped. He's given up the chase. They don't seem to be in real full breeding plumage anymore. Their legs aren't as pink, their bills aren't as pink either. So maybe they're not so keen to fight. Just keep snapping here and there if I see something good to take. Never know when we're going to get the photo of the day. So lovely just to see the ostriches, even though they are chasing each other around. But while we're just standing and waiting for this guy to make up his mind, a reminder that James Hendry is back and hosting our brand new Wild Show. So that's a non-live series that's going to take unfiltered a look at the epic animal encounters Wild Earth have had over the years. And it's launching tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the US viewers, and repeated at 7:30 p.m. Central African Time, or 5:30 p.m. GMT for the South African and British or European viewers. And from next week, Wild Earth will also be delivering fresh new episodes. So the viewers in the US can view the new episodes on Sundays, Mondays and Tuesdays. But if you're in South Africa or the UK, these new episodes will be available on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Keep an eye out on the channel schedule on our website to see when the Wild Show will be airing. It will be open to all of the viewers to watch, but you can download the Wild Earth app from the local app store. And I tell you what, we can't wait. Very exciting. Getting a little bit windy, that's why you might see a little bit of wobbles.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on the Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people Fill out the form on our website and name your team. See you there.
So you can see a bit of the heat waves that are coming up. It does just show how hot it is. But I'm looking, is that blesbok in the middle? Is it feeding or is it licking a baby? No, it looks like it might have been feeding. Was it? Not quite sure. Blesbok staring at the ground, the zebra just staring off into the distance. So Tyler, yeah, they do. I've never seen animals giving birth right next to a waterhole because it would be risky. But in the vicinity, yes. I think it also depends on the kind of predator pressure that you may have in the specific location. Here, there's not a high predator pressure, so the animals are a little bit more relaxed, maybe a bit too relaxed sometimes. I would almost like there to be a little bit more action, but it is a true sanctuary for them, and with that you see them lying around a lot more relaxed behavior. If there were predators here, there would be a lot more sort of looking over their shoulders and being alert all the time. I'm finding very short periods of time to be relaxed. But yeah, we've seen them giving birth not too far, within 50 meters from the waterhole, but I've never seen them giving birth right next to it. I think that would be rather silly, and babies potentially then wouldn't survive predators. But yeah, here it's possible they can do it. There's quite a lot of jackals and caracal, so there is still potential for being preyed upon, but not as much as if there were sort of, say, lions and cheetah. that would be very easy meals for those two. But yeah, wherever they give birth, it's always going to be a risk, because there is the smell about it, and the predators have acute senses of smell. And when the animals are giving birth, suddenly starting to drop, you do start to see more predators. And here I've noticed more jackals. I've seen a couple of caracal early in the morning, but it seems like they're patrolling around here at night. So as always, that does give them a bit more of an advantage. They've got better eyesight than all the plains game. So, and especially night vision, with them able to trap more light in the eyes, so they can see better than the diurnal or more regularly diurnally active animals. That little baby seems to be doing very well, following on with mom. Going too far with the wind now, it's just making things a little bit wobbly. But Cape Doctor is back. He's been here pretty much every day working his magic. So Nancy, unfortunately I don't speak zebra, but I'm pretty sure that the baby and the mom, especially through their imprinting phase, they do recognize each other's particular smells, the way they look, as well as sound. Now for us as humans, we may not pick up very subtle differences in the way that zebra call. They all sound the same to us, but I'm pretty sure that for the zebras themselves, they could pick up slight unique differences in the calls that they make. So I'm pretty sure that that is in fact the answer, that yes, they would be able to know that that is in fact their mother calling. So it's like, for instance, if somebody speaks to you in a foreign language, and lots of different people speak to you in a foreign language, because you can't understand it, it all sounds the same. But if you can understand the language, then you can pick out the unique differences. So I think it might be similar in that case with the zebra. They definitely can pick out each other's unique smells, and probably not so much so because that's their highest sense, but also sight, and I'm sure they can also identify the unique sounds. One of the safari vehicles just returning from their morning game drive. Off to the lodge for a nice healthy brunch. So the animals have dispersed a little bit off onto the other side of the plain. We just enjoying it here next to the Scotia Dam. Just moved a little bit, not too far from where we were earlier, but just onto the other side of the waterhole itself. We do have some birds here in the water. So you can see the water levels have actually dropped over the last few days. So we're hoping to get some good, decent rain. It will replenish that, as well as the mud wallows. So I'm going to go in and see exactly what that is on the other side. It's our molting yellow-billed ducks. So with them molting, you're going to see them probably in their best dress currently, as they molt out the old feathers and bringing in the new. Just foraging a bit there. Also the Egyptian goose. So we're chatting also about Egyptian geese and where they nest. Generally they'll nest in a scrape in the ground, but it seems like they'll also nest in trees. So they're a bit of a flexible bird when it comes to nesting on the ground or up in the trees. And you normally say with the animals that are very abundant, they're normally very adaptable, and they can sort of reproduce in a number of different circumstances. They can also feed on a number of different things, and that's what makes them successful. Specialists, not so successful, especially when they have, or they are presented with parameters outside their specialization, but not so if you are more adaptable and more of a generalist, and that's when you start finding species that have very high numbers across many different habitats. You can say the same for impala. They're able to feed on a lot of different things and survive many different geographical locations and weather conditions. And that, as opposed to a lot of the desert adapted animals, ostrich, springbok, oryx, don't do very well outside of the specialization of the dry conditions. So when it's wet, like it is here in this part of the Eastern Cape, they're not as successful. Whereas if they were more easily adaptable, there would be more of them. See some animals up there on the other side. I think it's Blesbok. So the day carries on and the wind is picking up with it, but hopefully it will stop. Who knows? Generally not so with the Cape Doctor. Once he gets going, he doesn't stop. Anyway, while we see if the wind does back off a little bit, let's head you on over to Kevin with one of my favorite animals.
Well, Rolf, you know, I haven't seen a Blesbok in ages. I'd love to see some again there in Kariga. We are still watching our elephants, of course. With only and some of them wallowing. So you guys saw us. We had to quickly reposition, maneuver previously. Just wanted to give them some space. Now we're actually now on the wall of the dam with a sideline view now of all the happenings. Not sure if these two are playing or mud bathing. I suspect both. And we are expecting elephants to come and go throughout the whole day. And as I scan around us in the distance, I know it's going to be, I won't be able to show you, but I just see the backs of elephants sticking up all over the show. And what a show they're giving us, these three in the water, and the wallowing three. Got some zebras in the distance beyond the elephant coming in to drink, I think, hoping they're going to come into the open here, and then we'll show you. Hope they all line up for a drink in that iconic zebra photograph where they all line up with their necks right at the water's edge and drinking. Let's hope they get the message. It's always nice to show. Yep, here's a new, oh no, it's our mud wallowing partners that's now coming for a swim as well. I think they just can't resist it. And there's our zebbies coming down now as well. There they are. Two lone Egyptian geese in the foreground. BK, I think the record the other day we were here, I was saying the other day, it's probably 2 weeks ago, was about an hour and a half, the same group of elephants swimming. And these guys, I think, they're gonna break the record today. They've been in for about an hour already. They were the original members of a pool party. Some have come and gone. But these two you're looking at, they've been here the whole time, and there is no indication that it's going to stop, or they're going to stop. So we might break a new record for elephant swimming today. The four of them lined up. Thank you, Linda. It is a diverse habitat. It is a diverse landscape. It varies quite considerably from down in the southern sections of Madikwe, which is predominantly more grassland with blackish soil, your what we call your black cottons. Out in the west, the landscape is dominated what we call the Inselbergs, and I'll tell you a little bit more about them in a second. And then up here in the northeast, where it is more Kalahari-like with the red soils. But Linda, it is also a ancient landscape. And B, if you don't mind, you can quickly, I know those Inselbergs are way in the distance. If you can just quickly, those ones on the right, I know it's far, you don't have to zoom in too much. Those hills, Linda, you see in the background, that is what we refer to as the Inselbergs. And there's actually a range of them. Now they say that Mother Earth is around 4 billion years old. And those Inselbergs are one of the oldest rock formations on Earth, dated at 2.8 billion years. Now surely, back then, they must have been proper almost mountains, and they've been weathered down over 2.8 billion years. So Linda, it's not only diverse, it's a very ancient landscape as well. We're also hoping that our Dagga boy, our buffalo bull, might come back. There was a lone one here in the mud just as we arrived. We've got our fingers crossed he might appear out of the thicket again. Normally when they get a bit spooked, they remain spooked. Typical buffalo. I think one of the biggest reasons they love swimming is not only the cooling down, of course, that is a big benefit to them, but because of the buoyancy. They can do things in the water that they can't do on land because of the buoyancy, the water holding them up. To me, certainly, absolutely, you are spot on right when you think that. I'll show you, and very soon you're going to have to answer your question. There's actually a few more elephants coming in from the right. Now, they're not related. They belong to different herds. These young bulls, all predominantly them, the swimming is like a meeting place. Tensions, they all meet, and you can, unrelated or unknown elephants come together. And so it's a real social affair for them, a bonding affair for them. Breeding herd coming across our front. And you'll see often when elephants approaching a waterhole like that, and you know they're not from the same herd or they're not related, the one will stand on the edge, have a bit of a look, almost as if it's waiting for an invite, and then goes in. And then as soon as they go in, they'll sniff each other. There's a bit of trunk play going on, and within a minute they're all bonded and having a great time. So it's definitely a social and a bonding affair. See, for instance, what I spoke about with one elephant being able to get onto the back of the other one with its front feet, almost like a circus type pose. Now that they can't really do on land, but because the water helps, because the water helps to support them, they can do all of these funny tricks. Saw a warthog there somewhere in the distance, BK, but he's in and out of the thicket there. Let's hope he comes down for a drink. I think they are now officially reaching record swimming time. Is now going on to an hour and a half, that previous record we had from them staying in continuously. And I'm certain that we will very soon be joined by a fair-sized breeding herd as well. They're coming around the back of us, and they're going to go there towards where the wallow is. I think that's where they're going to drink. It's the most level point, the shallowest point. They don't have to go down the bank or steep embankments, and that's probably where they're heading to. Counting about 25 here over our left shoulder, and they will come into view very soon. Kim, we are loving it as well. You know, you think if you spend a lot of time out here in the bush like me and BK do, that you get bored of this. You never get bored of us. You never do. And every day, Kim, you see something different. If you think you've seen it all, it's time to leave the bush. Every single day, Mother Nature surprises us. And our breeding herd is now coming in. I'm not sure if you can get the angle, almost here behind us, but they're all coming in to drink. Let's try it. Let's try it. It might be our roof canopy might be in the way. You're almost there. There they are. Those are the ones that pass behind us, and they're all coming in. Now, normally, these young bulls that's playing here in the water, they are maybe a little bit too boisterous for a herd, and you can see, look at all the babies coming in now. They are a little bit too boisterous in the water there. So I don't think this breeding herd will join. They will have a good drink. But then again, Kim, as we just said, think you've seen it all, and then Mother Nature surprises us. But I think they're probably just going to have a drink and not really go and join in that frolicking. Look at that little one. And while all of that is happening, I'm keeping my eye on another breeding herd right in front of us. It's been an elephant ridge morning. They're actually going to walk onto the bank. Here they come. Now you guys go and drink at that side, okay? And our other herd have graciously decided to go and drink on the opposite side. Otherwise they would have wanted to walk on the wall, and guess where we are parked. But I did some elephant telepathy there and they went in the other direction. And while they are drinking, our other breeding herd is having a royal time in the mud. That rumble, that noise you heard in the background, I'm very sure you picked it up. And that is elephant communication. Through what we call stomach rumblings. Most of it is not even audible to the human ear. And that's their main form of communication. It's actually believed that they can feel the rumblings through the pads of their feet. Maddie, are you there? They will have to, it will come naturally as instinct, but they will have to be enticed a little bit. They have to build up their confidence first. So they will go in shallow water and then test their confidence. Look what the cousins and nieces and everything is doing, the slightly bigger ones, and they will almost emulate that. And as they slowly start building up their confidence, one day they'll just find, oh, the swimming thing is easy. It's more a confidence thing, I would say, but I think instinct, well, they will naturally swim from a very young, or be able to swim from a very young age. It's them just testing the water first, excuse the pun. The 1st of December is officially the start of the holiday season here in South Africa. As we go into the festive season, everybody takes a bit of time off. It's our longest holiday break. I know in the Northern Hemisphere, you guys will take off during your summer months, June, July, August. We are the other way around. And I can't think of a better way to kick off the holiday season with elephants swimming. It does look festive-like. Kellyanne, we do have crocodiles. Now, predominantly, they are out on the eastern side of the reserve where the Mariko River, the Great Mariko River, forms the eastern boundary of Madikwe. And there are quite a big few crocs in there. Now, some of these dams, from time to time we find crocodiles in them as well. I take for example Chikudu Dam that we've visited on occasions. Never used to be a crocodile there, and in the past 2 or 3 weeks there is a juvenile croc there all of a sudden. So it just goes to show, can't always say if there's crocs or not. But yes, there is crocodiles. We don't see them that often here at the dams. It is predominantly in the Mariko River. Now, I'm not sure if I told you guys this before, so if you heard it, please bear with me. And that's actually where the name Madikwe comes from. In the Tswana dialect, a crocodile is called a kwena. More than one crocodile is dikwena. Crocodiles, dikwena. A mother or a lady, or the way you address any lady in the Tswana dialect is ma, M-A, ma. Dumela ma, good day to you. It's the most common way to address a female. Hello ma, how are you today? Now, I'm getting to the end of my story. So, ma dikwe. Mother, ma dikwe kwena. So it means mother of the crocodile. And that's actually where the name Madikwe originates, from the Mariko River, Madikwe, mother of the crocodiles. That refers to the Mariko River. We're having a great 1st of December out here. We almost don't know where to look. Bika almost don't know where to frame up. A swimming group, a mud wallowing group, and a water drinking group, all in one. Joel, if there is absolutely no water around, they will go and stand in the shade of a large tree, and they will almost go, like I can refer to it, in a hypnotic mode. They have a nap, and they will stay in the shade of the tree. Sometimes herds bundled together all to try and get into the shade. If there's no water but mud, that will cool them down. You saw earlier, we see these ones, if you can just a little bit to the right of those ones, you see one actually doing some dust bathing. I just want to tell Joel about that. Joel, keep an eye on those ones. If there's only mud available, they will throw dust or sand on top as well. That ensures that that mud doesn't dry that fast. So it will keep them cooler a little bit longer. There has also been reports, I've never seen it before, of when elephants are in real water distress, that they actually can regurgitate water from their stomachs and actually do spray that behind the ears or to cool the calves down. But that is absolute extreme cases. I've only heard about it. I've never seen it myself. So Joel, yeah, combination of let's least activity as possible, have a siesta in the shade, some mud if there is available, and of course, ear flapping. When you see an elephant standing out, you always see the ears going up, forward and back, forward and back. Ear flapping goes on permanently. An elephant will pump all of its blood through the veins behind the ears where the skin is quite thin. The thinnest part of the elephant's skin is behind the ears there, and it's very richly supplied by veins. And then that flapping will then assist in cooling down the blood, and that blood is then pumped through the body, cooling the system down as well. So yeah, a combination of all of those, Joel, I would say. Yeah, those ones are having a great time in that mud wallow. There's about 20 of them in there. Look at that. Joel, there you can see the ear flapping I was telling about, that rhythmic flapping. And unfortunately, when there's so many elephants around the water, there isn't a lot of water birds around. And most of your other species of mammals also tend to hold back a little bit until the jumbos are finished, and then they will move in. Yeah, even more at the back there now. Now, since me and BK joined you here in Madikwe, which is now almost, yes, now 3 weeks, I think we're officially on a new pool party, elephant swimming record here in Madikwe. We are now going on 2 hours for these. There's 3 individuals here that's now been here for 2 hours. They have been joined by others that's come and gone. But Those three have been here constantly all the way along. Well, I just said we didn't have any water birds around. I've actually just spotted one. BK, right across. You've got a bird standing on the edge. Is it a little bit far? Oh, the pole is right in the middle. Oh, of course, the pole, our canopy support pole is right there. Hey, if they move, we're going to bring them to you. A very common pose you see there when elephants swim. The one getting onto the back of the other. Everyone, I do hope that you are enjoying this. This is such a special moment. Enjoy it. We are going to move on. Do a little bit of dam hopping. See what else we can find for you. Maybe go past the plains, see what's there. So we're going to head over to Lisa and see what's happening on the Djuma Dam camp.
Thank you, Kevin. What a brilliant sighting. It's always so special spending time with the elephants, and I really wish I was there with all of you. That was absolutely spectacular. It is still rather blistering hot here in Djuma. And we've got a harem of zebras that is yet to appear from the bushes. It seems like they are anxiously making their way towards the waterhole itself. But of course they were running towards the waterhole. I actually struggled to keep up with them, and now that I'm waiting for them and anticipating them to come out from behind the bush, they do what they do best. Trick us a little bit. So I just want to take a look if they perhaps changed direction or if they just paused behind the bush now. there they are. It's a whole group of them. But as I say, when I initially saw them, they were, I almost want to say, trotting towards the water. And it seems like now that there's snacks along the way, they are, of course, just taking their time. It's like me too. You know, I can easily get distracted by snacks or anything good. I'm sure many of you can agree with me. And as we know, zebras are bulk grazers, so they are basically the lawn mowers for all of the other animals, you know, that like the shorter, greener cut grass. And so they do the other animals a favor. And it really is, I've been thinking about it a lot today. It really is so incredible, once again, just how everything is so immaculately planned out and perfected in the ecosystem. Because if you look, for instance, at impala, and impala is a mixed feeder, so they can eat both grass or leaves. Zebras just eat grass. Wildebeest are selective grazers, so they'll eat the shorter, greener grass. The kurus that we've seen today, both at Okokoyo as well as here at Djuma, they are browsers, but they feed not too high, obviously, whereas giraffes feed very, very high. Elephants eat anything in the bush, so all of these animals are never even in competition for food, which truly is so, so amazing. And some impala bachelors as well. Ooh, this one got just got a fright from him, his own shadow, or perhaps the other ram that's approaching from the back. But as you can see, no competition. If anything is around, you know, they will alert each other. There's one of our kingfishers that just flew past. Again, I've been trying to frame up on them today. But I have not yet managed. It's fine, it's fine. I have done it once before, so I will manage one of these beautiful days again. I'm actually rather surprised. It's literally midday now in South Africa, and especially here in Djuma, you know, this time of the day it's it's a scorcher in the Greater Kruger. So I'm rather surprised that the animals are out in the open like this, you know, in the sun and everything. But of course, they will then slowly head to the water, get some water, and then probably move off into the shade. What do you hear, impala? Just beautiful. And the day before yesterday, you know, spoke a lot about endangered animals and the rights that animals have, and how we should be truly, you know, making more of an effort to take care of them and to protect them and to ensure their safety and their reproduction, and just the mere fact that they will survive for hundreds more years to come. So speaking of which, in aid of Animal Rights Day, Wild Earth will be hosting a 2-day interactive quiz. And this will happen on both the 10th and the 11th of December. And we will just be, you know, testing the understanding of animals that we have, raising awareness for their rights too. Because I often speak about this, you know, we can never learn enough about them and interpret enough about them. But also just creating awareness, as I say. You don't have to become a ranger or naturalist or guide or anything to change the world. Just creating awareness and, you know, opening people's minds to how important all of these animals are is already going to make a massive difference. So please do get your team together. And yes, you can enter and partake in all of the fun with a quiz and everything. I do feel that I have, prepared some of you already on Escape to Nature by quizzing all of you. But of course, we'll be covering various topics in this. And yes, the entries are open. It'll be closing the 6th of December. So you can just go onto the Wild Earth website and then register yourself and your team. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. If I could, I would enter. Maybe I should enter under an alias. That would probably not be fair, because sorry, Sitle, come again. As I say, when you hear us laughing randomly, our directors are whispering all sorts of funny things in our ears. But yes, maybe I should just do it under an alias, or perhaps get my family to enter and then, feed them the answers.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturday.
Just want to have a look-see, because there are two kingfishers that are nesting in this tree off to our right, but I have not seen them yet today, so I don't know if they've moved or what is happening. Is it perhaps too hot for them, or are they just chilling it out in another tree? What is happening? Well, that's all right. Alright, just bear with me. I just want to take one last look around. And then we will see what is happening in one of our other locations. Sorry for the tree. That will... Of course, our wonderful dam cam is mounted on a tree, which helps us an immense amount. Alright, just bear with me. Just one last look. Because this is also where I saw kingfishers last, in this tree. And then this morning I also saw a beautiful buffalo weaver that was collecting material for its nest. Starbuck, good morning. You would like to know if we've got any flamingos in South Africa. Yes, believe it or not, we do. The beautiful Okukuyo, not the waterhole itself necessarily, but a lot of places in that region and in Namibia itself is very, very famous for the flamingo flockings that you get to see. And then even in Southern Africa, or South Africa itself as well, a lot of the coastal areas that you visit, you can get to see flamingos. So yes, we do have them. Very funky birds. But I actually have not seen a flamingo. I think it is now 4 years. Yes. The last time I saw a flamingo was at Disney World. At Animal Kingdom, which is rather ironic. Maybe I should make that one of my missions this year as well. Oh, this seems like a fairly hefty mare. I just want to have a look at her. Hopefully she... Jeez, she's massive. Wow, that is truly large. No offense, lady. Oh, and I'm just waiting for the day. Because my prediction will be of all of our dam cameras, you know, it will most probably happen on Djuma Dam. Because of the habitat and the bush and the lushness and the comfiness for the animals. But I really do hope we get to see a live birth one of these days. That would be truly magical. Okukuyo, I mean, anything is possible, but I would be rather upset if I, you know, just woke up for the first time. But I did so falling on rocks. And then Mashatu is also not bad. I wouldn't mind Mashatu, especially now with the green grass and everything around. But I think our best chances would be Djuma. So if this mare is very, very nice and she likes us enough, she'll have a baby, but most probably not likely. And also a baby I have not seen live yet with regards to the birth. I have seen impala, I've seen wildebeest, I've seen giraffe, but not yet zebra. And zebras, in fact, you know, if I really of the general game really had to choose a favorite, I think it would probably be zebra when it comes to the babies. Of course, the big five would be lions and leopards and elephants, and I truly am a tricky one when it comes to baby animals. I can't choose. I don't know about all of you if you find it an easy choice, but this time of the year truly is very, very difficult, you know, just to say, okay, well, this is my favorite one, because they are all adorable. Dean, you would like to know how many mating partners can a zebra have in its lifetime? That's tricky. Because for the males, they do of course take on harems with different females and mares, and there's actually a hierarchy within that harem amongst the females. So a male, in its lifetime is going to mate with a lot of females. So I would say, oh goodness, that's a tricky question. Zebras on average become about 20 years old. And I would say they reach their prime anything from 6-7 years old. So for a good 13 years, every year he mates with a couple of females. And of course, if his biological state allows him to, up to the day that he dies, then definitely quite a few, to be honest with you. They are quite the Casanovas. We'll just stick with them a little while longer. I just want to see if they are actually going to go to the water hole or if they're just going to head into the drainage line for some shelter. Craig, that is a very interesting question. You would like to know what would my international Big Five be? Well, I would say, and referring to the Big Five, it won't be, the most dangerous animals on foot, because I don't have a lot of, luckily I don't have a lot of experience with other animals on other continents being on foot myself. But with regards to Big Five, as to what I would love to see, internationally, is definitely a kangaroo, a jaguar, a koala. I don't know why. I've just always had a fascination with koalas. And then, there's a very, very, very interesting bird in the Amazon, and the name slipped my mind now. I will go look it up for you, but that bird. And then, to be honest with you, anything really. I'm super, super easy to please when it comes to, going on safari, not just in Africa, but just seeing animals in general and learning about animals in general is very, very fascinating to me. But I think my big fascination with koalas came from my father. My father was actually a very big cricket player, not a celebrity or anything, but he was a very big sportsman in his time. And they traveled for action cricket when I was still young. I think I was 2 years old or 3 years old. And they went to Sydney for one of their championships. And my father brought me home this koala bear, and I to this day have that. So I think sounds very silly, but I'm a very sentimental person, so that would be why I would love to see a koala. Kangaroos, of course, for the fact that they are very interesting. Just their breeding behaviors, being marsupials, etc., is super, super interesting and fascinating to myself. But yes, and yours? What would your international Big Five be? And whether you were whether you are from South Africa and you are referring to other animals on other continents, or whether you are from another place and you are perhaps referring to the Big Five animals you would love to see when you come to Africa. Let me know. I would love to know from all of you. It's a very fascinating question. Thank you, Greg. That racked my brain a little bit. It's always interesting when we get in touch with one another and you know, sort of learn about how the other person functions and what they think about. Just want to have a look one last time at the actual water hole, because that impala seemed very focused on something now. It didn't alarm call or anything, but just seemed like it was rather concentrated on something. I do not know what. Nothing else around. Just want to have one last look at the zebra. I want to see if I can perhaps persuade her to have her baby now, you know, live with us on the Djuma Dam cam. I can't promise anything, but I don't know if she'll agree. These impalas are definitely listening to something. Might just be because the wind is picking up now. They are becoming a bit wary. Woohoo! I'm so glad we got to see some action midday in Djuma. That is very, as I say, very special. But I see we've got a very large animal approaching the water hole in Ukokoyo. So we can go over so I can show you. I apologize if I got your hopes up. I'm just happy that we have a giraffe in Ukokoyo. We do not have elephants yet, and we have not had any elephants yet. But that's alright, we'll give them a bit of time. It is the 1st of December after all, so maybe they went for groceries, you know, stock up the house again. And then perhaps they will come to say hello. But our giraffe has luckily come to say hello. And as always, just checking every single side where they can see and smell just before they come down to the water. It's just being extra cautious, Morgan. Morgan is very impatient. She wants the giraffe to come now. But it's on its way. It's well on its way, just has to make sure. Of course, we know that they go into very weird and awkward and dangerous positions when they do actually drink water. So they always they know what the plan is, of course. So, but this one, I have to agree with you, is very, very, almost too cautious. Come on, giraffe. It is safe here. Amber, so you would like to know, are game paths created in this area due to, the amount of animals walking here? So game paths you will literally find anywhere. Anywhere that wild animals occur, you will find a game path. And the reason for that is animals follow the same sort of path or road because they know, okay, well, that it has at least been traveled once before. So it must be safe. It's obviously cleared a little bit already. So that does help them a lot with regards to, sort of knowing. But yes, game paths you can find anywhere, and obviously, as you mentioned now, the more animals are in that area, the bigger the game path will become. Specifically also depending on what you find in that area. Like here we've got rhinos, we've got elephants as well. So a lot of big game as well, giraffes, that also cross those game paths, and they will clear the way even more. But you will find a game path pretty much in any natural occurring area where animals exist. Anywhere in Africa. I'm not too clued up with, again, other animals on other continents, but I would assume it's the same thing. Animals are all intertwined or connected on some level with regards to some general behaviors, I believe personally, right across the globe. So what's going on with this giraffe? Just want to have a look. It is very cautious. So definitely when a game path is, so first and foremost, and for those of you that don't know what we are talking about now, let me just show you. We are just referring to, this stretch of road where the zebras are crossing now. That is an open clearing, which we call a game path, which has been created by animals. So as soon as a first animal goes through a path or goes through an area, whether it's a rocky section like this or whether it's a super bushy section like we see in Djuma, for instance, that will already now damage the soil or the grass or whatever. Not damage, but sort of flatten that area and clear that area once. Now imagine you've got that happening 50 times a day by 50 different animals. That eventually becomes very open and very barren. And of course here in Okokoyo it is a little bit different because it's such a vast and open area with the rocky soils and everything. But even so, as animals move, especially elephants, rhinos, with without realizing it, even this giraffe, they will sort of kick the stones away or even step them more deeper into the soil, and then that becomes a more open path for all of the animals. And again, animals are very clever. Their senses are hyper acute to, I think, a degree we will never even begin to understand. So they will smell, okay, well, here, another family of elephants have walked before, or here a giraffe has walked before, whatever the case is. And they will definitely know, okay, well, this is a path that has been traveled at least once before. And generally, not always, but generally for the most part, most game paths will actually lead to a water hole. Because again, that is, what animals rely on the most. Giraffe, dude, what are you doing? Want to have a look at the zebra's behavior and see if they are also cautious or vigilant of something. It doesn't seem that way. Oh, sorry, it's a lady giraffe. Giraffe. Come on. Giraffe. Morgan, that is called manipulation. Morgan is saying I should sing. That is when things happen for animals. And of course, I love when things happen with animals, but I know you just want me to sing for your own pleasure. I wonder if she's perhaps pregnant, this giraffe, which is very probable and possible. She does seem fairly large-ish. Don't want her to think I'm calling her big. Definitely, I think so. I mean, we could be wrong. I don't see the sonar. I don't know if it's a boy or girl, if she's even expecting. But she does seem, when you look at her actual stomach, she does seem very, very rounded from her back hind leg towards the front leg. And giraffes are, of course, ruminants. It's not like zebras, where it's a little bit tricky. They're very bloated. You can't always see. With giraffe, generally you can see. And of course, they gestate for about 440 days, so it's quite a while. Luckily, not as bad as not not as bad or as long as a elephant, but definitely also a while. And then when they give birth, as I mentioned earlier, they'll actually do it standing. And then that smack to the ground is sort of like a, wake up for the tiny one. And just like other animals, then she will clean it. And then she will wait for the little one to stand up. But definitely, if she is pregnant, she will be more vigilant.
Wild Earth Explorers, this one's for you. You stand a chance to head off to the wondrous Camp Fig Tree Mountain Safari Lodge, situated on the border of Addo Elephant National Park, for an unforgettable 3-night stay for two. Witness the incredible elephant herds at Addo firsthand and explore with an open vehicle safari tailored to you or a relaxing bush picnic. Sign up to be an explorer to treat yourself to a much-needed getaway.
Giraffe, I mean, really. This is by far the longest a giraffe has taken. Just quickly bear with me. I think I see a baby zebra. Could be wrong, but just bear with me. Yay! We have another foal. Just look at it. They truly are so beautiful. As I say, it's one of my favorite baby animals by far. Come on, little one. Woo, jeez. Got a whole family of wildebeest as well. I don't know who of you, if you're from South Africa, we've got an insurance company. But there was an ad years ago, and it was actually an animation of this old lady, and then she drives into a tree, and then she's like, it just jumped in front of me. And I always think of that ad when I see these animals that just pop out or pop up out of nowhere. Very strange, this giraffe. Oh, and just look at our baby zebra coming all the way from the back. It's almost so tiny you can't see it. Ooh, what are we making way for? Generally the animals do that when there are elephants approaching or anything dangerous. I mean, generally if it's something dangerous, they'll just sort of make way and then stand off to one side, just staring whatever it is down. But when they do what they've just done, generally it's elephants approaching. So I got very excited there, but I do not see any elephants. And again, it's not because they are afraid that the elephants will eat them or anything, it's just a mere respect thing. I'm sure if 1 or 10 or 50 elephants approached you, you too would definitely make way for them. Here's our baby zebra. It's not our fluffy dark one, but it's a baby nonetheless. So we are super thrilled about that. And then of course a black-headed heron off to the right. Oh, look at the face. The giraffe's like, excuse me, I was meant to get in here. But if you are going to sleep, giraffe, then you must take another spot. Come on, giraffe. You can do it. Oh, look at mommy taking baby zebra in. Okay, old giraffe. While you spend the rest of the year deciding if you want water or not, we'll take a look at the baby zebra. If our oryx is not photobombing, of course. It's still very tiny. Very tiny and delicate. I'm not sure what's going on with the back leg. I don't know if it's just the way it's standing. Come on, baby, show us you're okay. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. It's always so distressing, you know, when you do see a baby animal that cannot fully walk properly or gets left behind even. Because that does happen. As cruel as that sounds, it does happen. If they do not stand up quick enough, if they do not run quick enough, if they have perhaps an injury or a deficiency that is going to slow down the herd or the harem or whatever the case is, they will definitely leave it behind. Because they can't risk, you know, that tiny one, that new arrival, becoming a risk to the whole herd. White Mane, good afternoon and thank you for joining us as always. You are saying the little foal's not very impressed by the water. No, I mean it seems alright actually. I've seen some zebras that are not at all even getting close to the water, much less go into the water very quickly. So, but yes, you are correct. It's not too happy about it, no. Just look at that brilliant camouflage of the little one between the adults. As I mentioned this morning, you know, it's so simple for them. They will just all encircle the little ones, and the predator, should there be one around, they can't actually tell which one is the tiny, vulnerable one that's going to become an easy snack, because they can't tell which of the legs is actually smaller or shorter. Look at that. Just because we can see its face now, as soon as that one adult lifts their head, you won't be able to tell which one is the foal. It's just so cute. Jeez, it's like Zebra Central today. It's literally not been with zebras, you know, once today, even I want to say. When the zebras leave, there's another harem coming, and when those leave, there's another one coming. And the clouds are slowly pulling in here at Ukukoyo. But I don't think we'll be in too much trouble. Why do we keep getting a fright? Can someone just tell me what is happening? So many stripes. I'm trying to see if I can see another baby. But not yet. But as you just saw, they hide so well. And of course, as we start seeing the first babies, we will now start seeing more and more and more with time. Not necessarily within the next few days, but soon enough. Alrighty, I see some animals making their way on the Djuma Dam Cam to probably be up to no good. So let's quickly head on over to Djuma Dam Cam. We've got some Kechma baboons on the Djuma Dam Cam. And arrogant as always. If you've spent some time with myself on Escape to Nature, you will know this is not a personal favorite. I am not fond of them, just purely because of their attitudes and I don't know, it's just... And I'm probably judging a book by its cover, but it's a very entitled animal for me. They are very dominant and, you know, they will sort of hurt other animals or try to intimidate other animals to get their way. And with regards to their social structure as well, they form an oligarchy, which means there's not just one leader or one alpha or anything like that, but there is a small group within the group or within the troop. And they form like a mafia or a gang or something in a community. And those individuals will be the dominant ones. I would say this one off to the left is probably one of the dominant ones as well. Very, very big. And generally it is the bigger baboons that definitely fall higher in the actual hierarchy. But yes, as I say, for me personally, just a very... It's a very arrogant animal. But that being said, very, very good indicators, of course, of leopards and lions, other animals. So they are probably not all bad. And they are in fact omnivores. They do not just, you know, feed on plant matter, nor just on meat matter. They will literally, I've seen baboons eat some strange things. They can even digest poisonous plants. So if you ever find yourself in a survival situation, please don't look at a baboon and think, okay, well, they eat that, so I'll be fine with that. Their digestive systems are much more acidic than ours, and that of a vervet monkey, for instance. So they are rather well developed when it comes to those sort of things. We'll see. Maybe they come to the damn camera and play with it. Sometimes they do that. Not just the baboons, but also the vervet monkeys. Sheesh. That one is the size of a dog. Cool stuff. Just wanted to show all of you my least favorite animal. Because we do not see them often on the dam cam. So even though I don't like them, that was quite the treat. But I think let's head on over back to Kevin and BK in Madikwe and see what the Ellies are up to.
Lisa, I completely agree with you. Baboons aren't up there on my favorites list as well. Here in Madikwe, guys, we relocated to West Pan, and guess what? Yes, more elephants. It's definitely elephant type of day. And the heat is also peaking now. It is a very warm day here. We had a quick drive around to see what else we can find you. But all the animals are hunkered down in the shade, so we decided West Pan it will be, and the elephant action continues. A little bit over to the right here, we've got those ones swimming, and then we've got some nice big bull elephants standing in the water as well. There's his mate, and that is a proper elephant. He is quite tall at the shoulder. And as you can see, just above his head in that umbrella thorn, there is our Christmas tree, bush style, with the weaver nests. That is our Christmas baubles out here in the bush.
Sorry about that. We'll try to get Kevin and his beautiful Christmas tree back as soon as we can. But in the meanwhile, the giraffe has finally decided to come down for water. Can you believe it? Make sure everything is safe. Look around and go down. Jeez, giraffe, you are thirsty. Generally by now they would have come up. And come up. Check your surroundings. Taste the water. That's lovely. Decide if you want to go back down again. Taste the water again. Look around. And go down. I feel like I'm presenting a yoga class. Not that I know the first thing about yoga, but come on, elephants. It's about time that you guys showed up. You have spoiled Kevin today with your brilliant swimming sessions and everything. I'm yet to see an elephant today. If it's going to be plural, I mean, we're not going to be complaining. But I really do hope we get to see some elephants today before Escape to Nature is done. And remember, as always, we are live. This is interactive. We would love to hear from you if you have any questions, comments, suggestions, anything. And it doesn't just have to relate to the animals, you know. If you want to have a random conversation, we can always do that as well. We are always keen. But yes, please do get in touch with us, because this is your safari and we want you to enjoy it and have as much fun as possible. And hopefully learn something or teach us something. That is always brilliant when that happens.
Hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Atali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Got very excited there by that tree line, but it's just a springbok moving. The deceiving springboks. Hi, Giraffe. She's still sticking around, deciding should she have another cocktail or not. I don't know. I'm not that thirsty, but I know I'll be thirsty again later. Should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? No. But maybe. And she's considering it. Ta-dum. Ta-dum. Ta-dum, 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 tum, ta-da-da. She's gonna go down just now. Oh, what happened? One of these animals are just getting a fright, but of course, you know, they never know if they feel threatened in any way, even if it is nothing. They have to make a break for it, just, you know, sort of to get away. Not continue running, of course. Only food runs in Africa. But just if there was a crocodile per se in the water, just get away quick enough so that you can try and evade whatever is potentially nearby. It's always just good to check the tree lines here in Ukokoyo because during this time, summertime, of course, a lot of the animals will have their babies, but those babies are not fully. There's a fancy word for it now, but what happens is those animals are not fully equipped yet, to be able to handle the heat. They don't know how to withstand it yet. So specifically now, a lot of your animals will have their babies hidden in the tree lines, whether it's a small tree line like this or the longer one at the back. So it's always just good to scan over here as well. I think we'll just take a minute or two and just, amongst everything else, listen to the noisy crow, but just everything else that is happening here in the beautiful Ukokoyo. Seems fairly quiet now. I just want to check on the game paths. If we see a jackal or perhaps a quarry bustard. Just catching some shade, cooling off. Of course, they often just stand in the water to cool off, but I think it's becoming a bit excruciatingly hot now in Okokoyo, so that is probably why they are shade hopping now. You can literally see the heat waves here. Even though it is becoming overcast now, it is still very hot and humid. Still no elephants on the horizon. That's right. Hopefully they will still come today. Cross our fingers. I've got my hair braided. My toes are crossed. See did I? Starbuck, good afternoon once again. You would like to know why do we never see predators in Okokoyo? We do see predators. I'm not sure what Alex has seen, but I for sure have seen lions here. I've seen a pride of lions of 3, the Umbika pride, and then the day before yesterday I saw a female lion that was collared. So they definitely are around. It's just, you know, we have to bear in mind this is a very vast and open area. It's very hot and humid. And specifically something like a lion, when they do get active in the, you know, in perfect daylight and everything, they'll easily be spotted. So should they be on the prowl or, you know, their mission be to hunt, they will have to then wait a while before actually, you know, being able to hunt, because if they give themselves away and the animals have seen them, as you can see, there's not a lot of hiding spots here. We have seen lions off into the smaller tree line that is just off to our left, and they literally just stayed there the whole day. But once they become active, you know, being it so open and vast, the animals will easily spot them, and then they have to wait all over again to hide again, for the animals to wait for them. So the lions generally become active at night here in Okokoyo, much like other places as well, especially in the summertime. If it's hot, if it's humid, they don't want to be wasting energy. But no, they definitely do occur here. There are also leopards found here. So definitely predators around. It's just, you know, during the day it does get a little bit tricky with actually seeing them, purely because of the weather, the temperatures you'll find here, and then again the actual topography that we see here. It is very, very open. The little keeps calling. Wonderful. Well, I'm again going to spend some time sending some emails to the elephants, because this is really getting ridiculous now. I don't know if all of the elephants have gone to Madikwe with Kevin. But while I send my emails and, you know, trying to summon them back to the water holes, I'm going to send you over to a new team member, Kevin, who is with Rolf in Kariga.
Charlton, and we are coming to you live here from Kariga. So whilst Lisa is out looking for some more elephants, we've got a little herd of blesbok, and they have brought 2 new little ones into the world, one of which we strongly suspect was born this morning. So Mum over here seems to be resting. Appears to be 2 of them, at least 3 adults and 1 little one. And this little one's been stretching his legs, or her legs, stretching its legs, and giving us a wonderful show of its excitement and joining us here in the living world. Taking a little bit of a rest after running around over the last few minutes. You know, quite a lovely scene. Lots of little babies all about this time of year. Lots of zebra youngsters in the area. Met quite a few blesbok as well, and I'm sure in other broadcast locations there's also a couple of other youngsters all about at this time of year. How lovely. Also a couple of impalas, if you can see them in the back here, in case you're wondering what those little figures were. Yeah, so we've actually been keeping most of our attention in these blesbok for the last while, and that's because the afterbirth, it appears there seems to be a little bit of afterbirth in and around the area of those blesbok that you can see in frame. And there was a yellow-billed kite that came through earlier to try and pick up some of those scraps, as well as a jackal buzzard that Ralph heard earlier. So it's been quite a bit of action in and around this little group of blesbok. And the black cuckoos are still calling. Yes, Tatum, thanks for your question. So a number of quite common antelope seen in and around Kariega would be obviously blesbok. If I pan out here a little bit to the left, you'll see also a number of Inyala, Impala as well, of course, as I've mentioned earlier. It's a nice couple of Impala bulls. Bulls. A couple of bulls out in the plains here. Yeah, there's also a couple of bushbuck. You don't get too many of them around, and they're quite scared to show their face, especially today. We also had a brief interim of a kudu passing through. Mostly see the females out in the open. The bulls tend to stick into the thickets. So yeah, there's good diversity of antelope out here in Kariega. If you had to go for a walkabout into these thickets that you can see in the background, you might also you might also bump into a diminutive little blue duiker. Well, since this Inyala is taking a bit of rest, I'm going to link you guys out to Lisa and Juma.
Thank you, Liam, and sorry for calling you Kevin. And welcome to the team. But yes, I'm just busy watching these baboons, but this one baboon is not playing along at all. It looks like it's sulking. Just sitting there on the termite mound, thinking very deeply about life. Some of the others still around, so I shall see if we can see them a bit better. That one seems very sad with itself. Oh yes, it seems we've got some grooming going on. Mandy, good afternoon. You would like to know, what do you call a baby baboon? I'm not sure. If any of you know, then you're more than welcome to let me know. I don't think there's a specific name for it. I'm just trying to think now. That's a brilliant question. Not too sure. A baby baboon. Huh. Let me see. Oh, apparently it is called an infant. Very interesting. See, I'm not too, and it's wrong of me, because I know I always say, you know, all of these animals matter, but I am not too fond of baboons. So I've seen many of them in my time. I've learned a lot about them, but that is the one thing I did not know. So thank you so much for challenging me on that one. It's always good to learn something new. But personally, not a favorite. Not a fan, not a favorite. And our apologies for the wind. Sorry about that. It's getting a bit windy in Djuma and making things difficult, so my apologies. We've got some more giraffes coming down for a drink, hopefully. And hopefully they are in fact more decisive than our, our cow that we had a little earlier on.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller and I'm from Olympia, Washington. I'm so excited to have won a 3-night stay at Jackie's Tree Lodge and visit Madikwe Game Reserve. I started watching Wild Earth in 2019 in anticipation of my first trip to Africa in February of 2020. After that trip and through the pandemic, Wild Earth helped keep me connected to nature and Africa. I'm so happy to be able to return in person.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Kann man auch als Leder nutzen. Und die Knochen als Werkzeug. Ja, das ist, was die Buschmänner früher gemacht haben, wenn die gerafft.
Again, just making sure everything is safe, the coast is clear. Just a reminder, behind us there is in fact a camp. So that is also the human voices you are hearing, and most probably the giraffes are also hearing. So they are just, the animals do get used to it though, but they are just making sure everything is in fact safe before they come down to the water.
Ja? Nee, wir werden nicht um 4, wir werden dann um 7 fahren. Von der Lodge aus bis zum Eingang, Toreingang. Um 7. Dann werden wir so.
Cool. Hi there. You are saying you always get so excited seeing the giraffes at Okokoyo. Yes, indeed, me too. They truly are brilliant. Specifically, you know, against this weird landscape we find here in Okokoyo. But you and me both, I truly do love them. In any landscape, but specifically here in Okokoyo, they are very, very fascinating animals.
Sieht man immer noch die Tiere, aber dann ist das nicht so warm und genau, genau, gut. Mach ich, sage ich auch heute Nachmittag. Genau, Nein, diesmal 7 Uhr von der Lodge. Wie bitte? 6 Uhr finde ich. Bis 4 Stunden, wunderbar. Wer weiß, ob ich mal hier hinkomme. Guck mal, mit Zeit würde ich auch mit Thomas stimmen, das ist wahr, dass man dann doch ein bisschen früher, aber ich will jetzt nicht haben, dass wir um 5 Uhr sein, dann würde ich auch sagen, so um 6 Uhr. Kommt glaube ich auch keiner mehr mit. Nee, das kann sein. Also Thomas, da bist du allein und der Bus. Und die Frau bleibt auch zu Hause. Genau, um 6 vielleicht da, siehst du, da sagt Thomas auch so um 6 vielleicht. 7 da würde ich auch noch. Also 7 hier sein, das würde ich auch noch. 6 Uhr abfahren. Nee, nicht.
Well, it sounds like Kevin and BK are still making me very, very jealous. They are still with the elephants in Madikwe, so let's head on over there and see what is happening there and if it's still a pool party. Sorry about that, we seem to have lost them. We'll try to get them back as soon as we can. I am still hoping and praying we'll get some last minute elephants here in Okokoyo. Or Mashatu or Duma. I'm not picky on the location. As long as we get some elephants. But even if we don't, luckily we did have some today on Escape to Nature, which is brilliant, of course. I'm just checking all of the sides just to see if we don't perhaps have some elephants approaching. I'm really hoping for some. But it seems like we are ready to go to Kevin and BK in Madikwe.
It has been non-stop water and elephant action. Look at this small little calf swimming behind. We are still currently here at West Pan. And look at this, there's another little tiny one. It is this time of the day and this time of the year where there's non-stop elephant action at all the dams and waterholes. That was a quick in and out, a quick dip. They just arrived like a minute or two ago and off they go again. And we were actually just observing because there was a few bulls swimming and there's also two larger bulls that is here in the water as well, and they were frolicking. The second this breeding herd moved in, they stopped all their nonsense, they stood still and behaved. Definitely know the pecking order. We spoke earlier on about the butterflies, all these white, more specifically your brown veined whites. And I said that there are thousands upon thousands. I think that is a complete understatement. It must be millions upon millions. And it's not only today. And Bigger going to try and give you an idea. If you look at, just look at that. Non-stop. It's like snow blowing on the wind. And it is any direction you look. And it's just non-stop. And it's been for the past few days. This migration of the butterflies aren't fully understood yet. But it normally happens early summer where they move from westly southern Africa over to east. Almost looks as if this big boy is daydreaming. Amy, yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's not more elephants coming. It's not their purpose. They do it unintentionally, but yes, definitely. As they are, actually, as you're speaking to you, I'm looking to my right here, and they are here on some white flowers from paper thorns. And in doing that, they definitely help spreading pollen. Nature is a wonderful thing, isn't it, Amy? The one thing leads to the other, and everything has got a purpose. Another herd coming in. You had one herd departing, what was that, 2 minutes ago? They're still there at the back. Here comes the next breeding herd. And it's been non-stop. Very small calf here. teeny one. Mum just came over to give us a bit of a look. Just look at this teeny one. Matt, it's been constant splashing the whole time. Constant. And of course, yeah, I agree with you, Matt, the sound of water is always soothing. That little one is actually going in all the way. Remember we spoke about it earlier on today, if baby elephants can swim from that age. Well, I think it's just managing to stand at the moment, and Mum would not lead it in if it wasn't able to swim. I think it's swimming now. Now it's definitely swimming. BK, can you still pick it up? Just on the left of the bum. There, you just see the little trunk. Look there. It's now definitely swimming. And we spoke about that earlier on. It was a question. There you see it in practice. There's that baby again as well, right below Mum there. Thanks, BK. It's amazing how the mother shepherded that little one in the water as they were going out. That small calf were in between her front and hind legs, and she gently coaxed it out of the water. And the same as the previous herd, there we've got a pied crow. The same as the previous breeding herd that came in. They came in, didn't spend a lot of time, quick dip, cool off, and off they go again. Now we're waiting for the next. And now that pied crow at least can get a drink in as well, around all the elephant disturbance around the edge. Hear them trumpeting there in the background. Not sure what's disturbing them. And except for a distant trumpet, all back to normal again. And our elephant bull is enjoying some peace and quiet again. Until the next herd arrives, which, I don't know what's disturbing them. You hear the trumpeting. The trumpeting sound is of course the air forced through the trunk. They constrict it, and then under quite pressure they force the air through, and that's what makes that trumpeting noise. And that is now, since we've been here, the 4th breeding herd that came and went. I tell you, if you were a wildlife photographer, you would have been so pleased. There were so many photo opportunities for photographers today with all of these frolicking. You would have had a royal time. Now remember everyone, we don't want you to miss out on anything. And it's possible not to miss out. All you need to do is download the Wild Earth app, and there you can catch up on all the highlights, the moments. And it also includes the escape to nature part of it. So there's no excuse. Be sure not to miss out on anything. And these butterflies, it's not only in our region, it's over the whole of northern South Africa, the Bushveld region. A constant stream, so it's just mind-boggling in the numbers. I'm certain he's having a snooze in between. He's been holding that pose, and then the trunk holds a bit, and then he stands exactly the same pose again. Napping, mud spraying. Napping, water spraying. not a bad way to spend a Thursday. And there we've got some zebra coming down to the water now. You might not be able to get it with the canopy beaker. I can always move for you if you want to. Give me a shot, let's see what it looks like. There we go. Let me move you slightly. How's that? There we go. Stay here, Zebbies. Stay here, Zebbies. There we go. Just a little maneuver. Now we can get them in. Come down. Come down. Animals are naturally wary when they approach water. They normally have a very good look. Very hesitant to come down. And slowly but surely, as the first one goes, then the rest will follow. As you can see, there's another one coming. Yes, Scammers are right. They have now, of course, seen us, and now that is what they're checking out. Until they are completely at ease, then they will start coming down. Because water holes are quite a popular ambush spots for predators, and they know that. I mean, imagine being a lion, you don't have to go far. You lie up here in the shade, nice and cool, thick stuff. You know that all the animals must come down to water to drink. Minimum effort. Now the confidence comes. Lolly, yes, they will. So, say for instance, this herd of zebra was drinking. As soon as elephants appear on the scene, they like chasing all other animals away. Elephants can be, they can be bullies every now and then because they know they're the biggest and the strongest. So initially when elephants arrive, you'll always see, like for instance this zebra, they'll make space for the elephants. And then they'll all settle down and have a drink next to each other. Or the zebra will go to the other side and drink there. And Lolly, especially young elephant bulls, they are full of mischief, they're full of beans. Sometimes they just enjoy chasing the other animals around, trumpeting and going off. Beautiful footage. Oh, there's a bite. There's a iconic photograph. Zebras drinking in a row. I reckon that's a thumbnail shot right there, BK. There's always a little bit of friendly competition, friendly rivalry amongst the camera operators as to who gets the thumbnail of the day. While we were looking at the zebra, our bull just walked out. The 1 second he was still here and there he's disappearing into the bush. All right. Nice peaceful scene here at Westpan with our zebras now slowly drifting away. Our elephant bull has drifted away. Good time to head back to Lisa and Ukukuyu.
We still have some giraffe around in Ukokoyo, and you can see this is a fairly young one. The easiest way for me to tell, generally, specifically with giraffes, they've got very, very dark eyes. Of course, you know, the ossicones or the horns is also a very good indication. But I don't know, I'm sure many of you have watched Lion King. There in the opening scene, you can clearly see the difference with the eyes between the adults and the babies. The eyes have very, very dark eyes, and that's because their lashes are so fresh and lush and pretty. So that does, but of course, huge difference in size as well that you can see. But the horns, or the ossicones that we call them, those are also super, super fluffy with young giraffes. So this one in front is a female, and I'm actually very glad we are seeing this female, because from afar a lot of people will tell you, oh no, that's definitely a bull. A lot of people have the tendency to say that giraffe males are always darker, and that is not the truth. Generally, from having been in the sun longer, you know, they do tend to color a bit more, so generally we can say an older giraffe might be darker. But it is not always the case that it's just the bulls that are darker. Sometimes yes, and often that does happen where it is the case. But I've seen a female giraffe, much like this one, that has been super, super dark. So again, with giraffe sexual dimorphism, you look at the horns. She's got very thin and tiny and delicate horns. And then also, if you do look at her stomach, she does not have the genitalia on the stomach like a male would. So, but females, very dainty and thin horns generally, and that is because they do not neck. They do not use their horns or their heads or their necks or anything to fight with one another, like a lot of other species, including humans. No, I'm kidding. But generally, you know, with a lot of species like lions, giraffes, buffaloes, a lot of species that we see, generally, the males will always headbutt each other or fight physically or get into an altercation for dominance. Females do not do that.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
So still no elephants yet, hopefully. I'm just holding out hope for these elephants. But maybe, as I said, maybe, you never know. We'll have a last minute sighting of Ellies here in Okokoyo, or even Mashatu or Juma. I am monitoring all of the water holes, so just making sure we do not miss on anything. I have to say, earlier on when we saw the baboons at Juma, I just saw one briefly. And of course, the way they walk with their tails bent and everything, I got very excited for a moment. I thought it's the silhouette of a potential predator, and then I saw, no, it's just baboons. I'm just trying to figure out the dynamic here, because of course it's two calves, not from this year or season, I would say. But I'm not sure if one of these calves actually belong to the female. Because as we know, giraffes make temporary associations. So they're the hippies of the bush. They literally just meet and lose friends every single day as they move along. They don't have a specific herd structure. They don't have a specific relationship status. They are not at all monogamous. And even for me personally, from what I've seen, the bond between a mom and a youngster, I mean, it's good, but it's not the best. I've definitely seen better with other calves and their mothers and cubs and foals, etc., etc. I've had many sightings where giraffes just sort of wander off and the calf gets lost. Unfortunately, I've had a sighting like that where that was the case, and lions were actually observing the little one, and then mommy wandered off too much, and the calf unfortunately fell victim to some lions. So that does happen, but I'm not sure what the dynamic here would be. And even a giraffe of this size, it always depends, and it varies from reserve to area wherever you go. But generally, giraffes these size of the calves, they would have moved off. But that being said, I've seen giraffes that are youngsters of that size that were still suckling, so it really can vary. I just quickly want to have a look at something that caught my eye. Just bear with me. Ugh. It is the crows. I thought it's perhaps a jackal or something lying down, but it's just the crows here out back. Of course, always waiting for something to eat. Something that might happen out here potentially. Sorry if the picture became a bit pixelated. I just always like to check the tree line and everything just to make sure we are not overlooking something. And there they go, slowly but surely. And that's got to be one of the best African scenes is giraffes walking, specifically in, a beautiful open area like that. Oh, and even better when they are running. It looks like they are doing everything in slow-mo. Come on, last minute elephants. Or perhaps a baby wildebeest. I'm not giving up with that. Shan't. But it has been a brilliant day. Even though we didn't get to see elephants, of course we had a brilliant elephant sighting with Kevin. And of course Rolf and Liam having some fun all the way in Kariga, as always. Oh, it is absolutely peaceful here, and it has been a rather peaceful day. It's just been very relaxing listening to all of the animals, all of the birds, even the baboons. Believe it or not, I said it. Even the baboons. If you quote me on that, I will deny that I ever said that. But I did enjoy them a little bit. But it has been a rather brilliant day. We have seen quite a few animals today. And I am very jealous of Kevin. But do not worry, I will be here for Sunset Safari as well. And I will find my elephants. Whether I get to show all of you or not, I will find them. I do not mind if it's here in Okokoyo, Mashatu, Juma. Truly, any location would be brilliant. And even our cattle egrets are still around. But thank you to each and every one of you that joined us today here on Escape to Nature. It really has been a super, super day, very relaxing. And as always, we have seen some incredible things. The zebras, the zebra baby, the blesbok, their babies, the elephants, their babies. And I truly do hope everyone has had a brilliant day with us. Please do join us again tomorrow on Escape to Nature, where we'll take another journey through the African wilderness. And please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach after this, where you'll get to, of course, spend some time on the coast with some of the beautiful birdies. But from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, from Kevin and BK all the way in Madikwe, and then as well as Ralph and our new team member, goodness hell, Liam, falling over my words here. Thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. It really has been a brilliant day, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. And as I say, I will be sticking around, waiting for my elephants, summoning them, using my mind powers, calling them. Hopefully they come. But as always, thank you so much for escaping to nature with us today. We really have enjoyed it, and we hope you have too. We'll see you for Penguin Beach, as well as Sunset Safari. And we hope you have a beautiful day or evening wherever you find yourself. Bye!